All right. Good afternoon. I think we'll get started. We're a few minutes later than normal. That said, we do have quorum, so we will begin. I would like to welcome all members and guests to the November 13, 2025 Council and Committee meeting. I will remind everyone that our meetings are web streamed and televised. Please ensure that your phones are in silent mode. For those that are attending virtually, please mute yourself when you're not speaking. And when called upon to speak, please turn on your camera and unmute yourself. For staff in attendance, please use the Microsoft Teams raise hand feature to be called upon and remove it when you are done. With that, I now call the November 13, 2025 Council and Committee meeting to order. Roll call. We have almost all members of Council present. Councillor Brunton has arrived. Councillor Very, we are expecting. And I will say that Councillor Michelli is going to try to join the meeting virtually. That said, he does have another commitment, but I understand he will try to join the meeting virtually when he is able. And Councillor Very is now present. Okay, disclosure of pecuniary interest. Any disclosures? Okay, seeing none, we'll move forward. Approval of agenda changes to the agenda. We'll start with a request for a deputation that did not meet the deadline from yesterday. However, the deputation is present in council chambers today, so I would look for a motion, a two-thirds majority motion, to allow the deputation to be added to the agenda. That is from Kyle Van Groningen from Norfolk Minor Hockey Association in relation to the ice allocation policy. So can I have a mover and a seconder? Moved by Councillor Huffman, second by Councillor Van Passen, and call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Moving on to the rest of the agenda, we have 5 additional changes to the agenda that are before you on the screen. They are to add a deputation from Nathan Colomea regarding the Norfolk County zoning, to add late closed item 13.2 personnel matters, security of county facilities, respectful workplace policy pursuant to section 239(2) of the Municipal Act 2001, as amended, as the subject matter pertains to the security of the property of the municipality or local board, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. Another change is adding item 8.3.5, which is ICE Policy Review Supplementary Information, Report CDS 25-100. However, this morning, staff received further comments regarding the ICE allocation policy, item 8.3.4 and 8.3.5, and as a result, staff are recommending that this report be referred to the February 2026 CIC meeting. Staff have advised that between now and then, further consultation will be done with all user groups, and they will bring back the report and policy at that time. Our final change is to move item 8.3.3, servicing allocation policy, to follow the deputation regarding this staff report. Are there any other additions or changes to the agenda? That was a mouthful. I apologize. I do believe it is before you on the screen. I will look for a vote then, a mover and a seconder. Councillor Brunton and Mayor Martin. Call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. And now may I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Columbus and seconded by Councillor Huffman. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, we have one early closed session item today. Can I have a mover for the following motion? That committee enter into closed session at 1:06 p.m. to discuss an item pursuant to section 239(2)(e) of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Brunton, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? And that's carried. How long will we be? 20 minutes? Roughly 20 minutes.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's two entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have three main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those three options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of Council, begin by saying, "Through the Mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the Chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the Chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, Council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, "Through the Mayor," or "Through the Chair" to Councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform Council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, Council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero. here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind the scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, Residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations welcoming about 27,000 customers every year and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's Garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's Garden. It's time you came home to it.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County. Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kalyakoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on the roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with.
Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming.
Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's Garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade, and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County.
All right, we are back. May I have a motion to reconvene in open session at 1:37? Moved by Councillor Van Passen, my apologies, and seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? And that is carried. I will just note that Mayor Martin declared a conflict at the just before the commencement of the closed session and did leave the room and did not participate in the session in any way. The following matter was addressed in closed session. I'll ask the clerk to read that for us.
Thank you.
Regarding item 3.1, the Ward 6 property, that staff proceed as directed in closed session.
Do I have a mover then for that? Moved by Councillor Van Adrishi, second by Councillor Huffman. Any discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. We have 6 consent items today. I believe the clerk's department is putting them up. 4.1, I'll give you the Coles notes. 4.1, special event, annual Christmas tree lighting and Christmas parade. 4.2, special event, Port Dover Santa Claus parade. 4.3, special event, Simcoe Christmas panorama. 4.4 is delegated authority for purchasing activity, July 1 to September 30, 2025. Special events, this is 4.5, special event Delhi BIA Christmas parade, temporary road closure, and 4.6, drain construction billing November 2025. That is report CS 25161. Is there a mover for consent items 4.1 through 4.6? Moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Mayor Martin. Any discussion on any of those? Seeing none, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Communications, we have one communication item today. It is 5.1, letter from Robert Stein from the IESO regarding the pre-engagement confirmation notice under the LT2C1 RFP. May I have a motion to receive communication item 5.1 as information? Moved by Councillor Columbus, seconded by Mayor Martin. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, we'll move to our deputations. We'll start with 6.1. It is Nathan Colomea regarding Norfolk County zoning. So Nathan, come forward to the podium. You have 5 minutes for your deputation today. And as per our procedural bylaw, I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. If you just turn the mic on there. Yep, looks good. Yep, when you're ready.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to speak hopefully briefly this afternoon. We need a rural zone in Norfolk County. So we have several zones, agricultural zone, this zone, that zone, but what we don't have and what's sorely needed is a rural zone. What I mean by that is there are many properties in Norfolk County where you have a house in the country, the house is on 2 or 3 or more acres, it's not farmed, and let's say the house is off to one side of the lot. I get many, many inquiries, and I have to tell people, sorry about your luck, you can't sever it. It's subject to the same rules for, that farms are, and I think it's just wrong. We have so many opportunities for housing with these types of properties where the property is not being farmed, it's not going to be farmed, so we're not like we're losing agricultural land, but we need to have a specific set of rules for these non-farm properties that are out in the country so that people can sever them or do something different than what we allow them to now. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Colomé, thank you. I will open the floor to questions. Councillor Huffman first, please.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. I would just like to know the answer I think you probably know the answer to this question. What rate are those properties taxed at?
What rate are they taxed at? Mm-hmm. It would depend on the particular assessment. I'm not sure.
Okay, so my understanding is that a lot of those properties are taxed at residential, but they're treated like farm property, but they're taxed at residential.
I would assume so in most cases.
Okay.
And then if I can just, through you, Mr. Chair, if I add one more thing that I forgot to mention, and so that's one category that we need to address. Another one would be, I've dealt with this many times, litigated against the province over it. There are farms not every inch of Norfolk County is prime agricultural land. Even on an individual farm, you can have farms that, out of your 100 acres, maybe you got 60 workable. Maybe it's bush, maybe it's wetland, but there are many properties that you got a corner in your farm that you can't farm. We could shove a home on there. Someone would have a beautiful home. Farmer could reduce her debt, do something better with it than have it just sitting there. But we need to do something different. Not every land is prime agricultural land, but we punish people with those same rules. So we need to do something different.
That's everything, Councillor Huffman? Yep. Okay. Councillor Van Passen, then Van Adrishi, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. A few years ago, Council, there was an application before us where we did a spot zoning and official plan amendment on a particular parcel to change it from ag to rural. And that was appealed by the province. And I think what they told us was we can't do that. And we would first need to go through the entire county and identify them, and every parcel that met the criteria to be a rural zoning. Is that what you're proposing that we take up, or you're proposing we lobby the province to let us be able to do them as one-offs when they meet all the criteria required for a rural zone?
I would like to see I mean, obviously this is going to be a bunch of work and it's going to take a long time, but one-offs are where you run into more problems with land use planning matters. Then it's going to, and we wouldn't have the capacity to deal with all the one-offs that would be requested. So I'd like to see a systematic approach. And we already, now, this wouldn't cover enough of what we need, but we already have some language already in the official plan. This is what I noted in my deputation request. So there's a provision, I think it's 7.2.20, and the official plan says existing rural non-farm residential lots and new non-farm residential lots established in accordance with the lot creation policies of this plan may be placed in a specific zoning category for non-farm residential properties. Now, does that tidy everything up nicely? No, because it gets messy with lot creation and whatnot. So we would need a comprehensive change, and that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you very much for your presentation, and absolutely 100% behind you. I totally think that we should be approaching the province and lobbying to try to get a rural designation or a zoning, because there are, as you indicated, land is not always the same. And what this would save is the fact that sometimes an individual wants to build a lovely home, whatever, and what they do is purchase 25 acres. There's some out there, and where do they put the house? Not on the corner, not off the road, right in the middle of the property. So therefore, we've got all of this land, it's unusable, and this would save that happening. So I think this would be great. I hope maybe you could help us on how we do approach the province and how we do it comprehensively, because I think it's well overdue that lots of lands that are not being used agriculturally, and they sit there, and you've got a 5-acre lot, for God's sakes, and you're absolutely right. It could be used for other things, and that would be very, very important to me. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Berry, I see you, but Councillor Columbus is on deck first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Nathan, I know that you've represented clients in other municipalities, and do they have such a rural residential designation within their official plan?
Pardon me. I couldn't rattle off a host of them for you, but I do know out Niagara Way, they're much more nuanced with their zoning. They do have rural zones. They even within the agricultural designation have different levels. So that's what we're missing is the nuance. We have the same set of rules for very different situations. But yes, I can't mention off which ones, but there are other municipalities that do have rural zones.
And have you tried speaking to anybody at the provincial level regarding your thinking here?
Well, I've been before what's now the Ontario Land Tribunal. They have the same, I won't put it politically, blockheaded mindset that nope, it's all prime agricultural land and we're not going to entertain anything. This, I don't know if it was, I can't remember the timing. It was either, I think the previous council even sent a formal letter to the province saying, hey, can we loosen things up? Now, I think those were with respect to specifically the prime agricultural lot creation rules, which is not what I'm suggesting here, but you have tried before unsuccessfully, because again, they have the same, nope, it's all prime agricultural land and we're not going to listen to anything else whatsoever.
Councillor Berry, then Mayor Martin.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So has staff been, have you talked to staff about this?
Not directly, no, and I've just found with things like this, your forest conservation bylaw is a perfect example where I know through different client matters, I've requested, different changes, and for these comprehensive system ones, I find it's better to present it to all of you. Yep. You do have excellent planning staff. I'm not saying they haven't done anything. I'm saying for these types of approaches, I find it's best to come to council first.
No, sorry, and I definitely wasn't trying to knock staff or get you to. What I was getting at was that there's a property in my ward a couple years ago that had some issues that relate to what you're saying, and I asked former staff about that at the time, and they said at that time that they were working on a rural zoning thing, and that's why I'm wondering if like that's at least a year, maybe 2 years ago, and I was wondering if anything has happened on that front or not. And Bill's nodding. So is it okay to throw it to staff to see if anything's been?
If I understand correctly, Ms. Cull may have some comment.
Okay, I just wanted to know because, again, like I said, that was sort of floating around here before. And
Okay, how about let's continue the questions of the deputation, and then we'll come back to staff for feedback there. So Mayor Martin, I have you next.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you, actually, my question was going to be in a similar vein. I wanted a staff comment before Mr. Colomaya walks away, because I'd like his feedback on the staff comment, specifically about the Lear study. And I would like to hear Nathan's comments after staff speaks, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Before we move to that, are there any further questions of the deputation at this point in time? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Cull?
Through Councillor Duthie. So the Lear study, it was started. It's part of the next phase of the official plan review. So that is underway. I do want to just clarify the difference between prime agricultural lands and prime agricultural areas to shed a little light on that. So somewhere like Norfolk County, not every single piece of property is going to be prime agricultural land. So prime agricultural land is classes 1, 2, and 3 farmland. A prime agricultural area is where prime agricultural lands predominate. That's how the provincial planning statement defines it. So it's an area where primarily you have 1, 2, 3. We recognize there's 4, 5, 6, and so on, but the province doesn't allow for severances in prime agricultural areas, which is why we can't just create the rural designation. So some other municipalities definitely have farmland that's not as high quality as Norfolk, which is why they can have a rural designation. Through the Lear study, we may find that, and Lear is land evaluation area review, and it's to look in, kind of further refine the classifications that we have. So if it came back and said, yes, we have, 1, 2, 3 doesn't predominate or something along those lines, then we could look into creating a rural designation. So that is something we will be bringing to council, hopefully 2026. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of clarify the difference between prime agricultural land and designation. And it'd be a designation in the official plan, not a zone. I just want to also clarify that. So is there other questions? Sorry, did I miss anything?
Mayor Martin, anything you were looking for further clarification on, or Councillor Berry, I should say?
I guess maybe not through staff. I'd like to hear Nathan's thoughts on that. So best case scenario, we finish our Lear study, it's 2026. We're able to produce a bit of a business case, but that's only, a designation. I don't think it goes far enough to what you're speaking to.
No, it doesn't. And Alicia is correct. The province, your hands are tied to a degree by what you can do moving forward. But that's exactly the point. It's just, I can think of, I couldn't remember the name offhand, but the first of this type that I went to, I guess what was then the local planning appeal tribunal over, it was a country property. It was a home, a business, and bush, and they wanted to sever off a couple lots. Well, they couldn't do that because, again, the province, because of the restrictive, characteristics of the prime agricultural lot creation rules, they couldn't do it, and the LPAT turned them down. And we've had other luck, by sheer luck, just with some lot swap cases. But again, it's the same thing. So yes, I agree. You may not be able to do exactly what I'm proposing with the current planning policy regime, but with the appropriate, and it may need to go far as we may need to make some changes to the PPS to allow it, but the end result needs to be that people with these country properties and farmers with unproductive parts of their farms need to be able to sever them. And MPAC always rattles on about highest and best use. Well, we're certainly not utilizing our land to the best of its ability, and we can still protect agricultural land doing so.
Okay, I think Ms. Cull has some supplementary comments that she'd like to add. I don't really want this to go back and forth a great deal, so I'll turn it to Ms. Cull, and then we'll complete with the deputation. If there's direction for following that, we'll move through that process.
Through Councillor Duthie, I did mean to mention this earlier. One of the reasons as well that the province doesn't want to see in a prime agricultural area kind of just land severed off. So for example, a less productive corner of a farm, or someone has 2 acres kind of severing in half, is it introduces incompatible uses into the prime agricultural area. So prime ag areas are meant to be protected for farmland. Obviously, Norfolk County is some of the best farmland in Ontario. So every time you put a house in there, it can result in conflict. So, complaints about, irrigation pumps are too loud and it's dusty and manure and that kind of thing. So that's part of the intent, is to try and protect the farming use. And also, obviously, livestock is not as common in Norfolk County, but for that purpose, every time a new dwelling is introduced, you can't have livestock for within a certain setback. So I just wanted to add that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there further questions at this point for Mr. Colomea? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Colomea, thank you very much.
I guess I'll finish with my ask, if you could kindly accept my deputation as information and direct staff to, I guess the first place to start is always with the report, and how we can solve this problem moving forward, acknowledging that it will be a large undertaking. Thank you.
Appreciate the ask. We're going to do this slightly differently. I would look for a mover to receive the deputation as information, moved by Mayor Martin and seconded by Councillor Brunton. Discussion? Seeing none, call the question. All in favor? Okay. Is there anything from any member of council at this point in time? Councillor Van Passen.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could I put forth a motion to request a staff report on the status of the Lear study?
You may. Is there a seconder for said motion? I saw Councillor Columbus first. Is there discussion? Mayor Martin.
Wondering if I can get a friendly amendment or go through the entire amendment, and further that staff create an advocacy roadmap and report back prior to August, so that we can take something to the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and start the conversation.
Thank you. I will just note the CAO has mentioned to me that we have a deputation going certainly to Roma in January as well, which may be an appropriate time. Okay, I guess to the mover and seconder, do you accept that amendment?
I'd be happy to accept it, but I was hoping that the update could come very quickly, and then council can give its input to see what direction we want to push that. So, maybe if we could get within a month to get the update, just sort of the status on it, and then we can give our input on it. So,
look to the CAO. I saw a nod in the affirmative. It was a very brief one, but I'll take it. Is the seconder okay with that? Which was actually Councillor Brunton, I believe. Yeah. Okay. Anything further on that?
Sorry, just we have to amend that last, I said August and AMO and I meant December and Roma. Well, it'd have to come in December for us to be able to take it to January.
Okay, so the motion is therefore before you on the screen, moved by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Further debate? Or I should say discussion or debate? Nope, seeing none, call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, second deputation today, Mr. John Valley on the servicing allocation policy. Mr. Valley, if you'd like to come forward, I'm sure you know the drill. You have 5 minutes for your deputation, and I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. When you're ready.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of committee. I want to thank you for the opportunity today to comment on your servicing allocation policy that's before you today. I want to make it clear, I'm not here representing any specific client or developer, but I'm making general comments on this policy and practice. First off, I very strongly support the goals outlined in the policy. Norfolk does need a use it or lose it policy. I think we can all agree on that. Developers would agree to that. They want to be able to move forward and not be restricted by other developers who are sitting on allocation for decades. So we have agreement there. We do believe that there are existing tools in the toolbox for Norfolk County to implement that use it policy just based on what you have today. Having said that, there needs to be a balance. And what that balance is developers need to know that when they come here and they get an approval from this council, and this council says that there's a timeline attached to that, that as long as they perform within that timeline, they are guaranteed their allocation. It has to work both ways. If we take Woodway as an example, just because it was here just last week, that subdivision hopefully is going to come probably now in January and get draft plan approval from this council, we're hoping, and that will have, I'm guessing, 80 some odd conditions attached to it, which will include timeline performance requirements, register your plan within 3 years or you lose your allocation. We believe that the developer, when he gets that approval from Norfolk, needs the commitment from Norfolk that if he does register or is ready to register his plan within those 3 years, Norfolk will be there with the allocation, and they won't say, oh, we've changed our mind, something different has happened, all of a sudden we don't have your allocation for you. As long as the development meets the timelines in the draft plan approval, Norfolk County needs to be committed to providing that allocation. Although it's not stated within the policy, staff have said that before moving to a committed allocation, which is what happens when you register your plan after you've satisfied all those draft plan conditions, before moving to committed, that there would be a review of available capacity required, and that there would be a verification process required. It's been stated that that allocation that is provided at draft plan would be subject to review before plans are registered. And this applies that there's absolutely no commitment whatsoever from Norfolk County at the approved in principle stage, which is what the developer gets when he gets his draft plan approval. Your current draft plan conditions provide the timelines needed for the use it or lose it policy. You've already got those. They're already built into your standard conditions. I don't understand why Norfolk would be reluctant to commit to developers as long as they meet the timelines. The classic condition of draft plan approval, and you're going to see this when Woodway comes back to you in January, is the draft plan approval will expire on a date, which is usually about 3 years out, unless the plan of subdivision for that has been registered on or before that date. The plan will expire on this date unless it's been registered on or before that date. It's very clear. That tool is already there. If the developer doesn't perform within the 3 years, his draft plan expires and with it goes his allocation. So why, when the developer is ready to register, say at 2 years, does Norfolk then have to go through a process again to confirm whether that capacity is available or not? What you're saying to a developer is, come here, get approval. We'll give you 80 conditions you got to satisfy. Go away for the next 2 years, spend hundreds of thousands of dollars satisfying those conditions, getting all your approvals in place from all the agencies.
1 minute.
Come back to us and say, and then the county says, oops, sorry, we don't have any capacity. We gave it to somebody else yesterday. My asks are 2 things. 1, give direction to staff that the policy should provide committed and reserved allocation to developments that are draft plan approved or site plan approved, as long as the developer performs within the timelines. And 2, give direction to staff that the definitions in the policy need to define what is meant by approved in principle. That is not defined in the document. I'm a member of your development liaison committee. I'd be more than happy to volunteer my time to work with your staff and make some really subtle changes to this document that would protect the needs of the county and simultaneously give the assurance your development community needs. I hope that you'll ask some questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Valley. Are there questions of the deputation? Councillor Brunson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you to Mr. Valley. John, do you think 3 years is, I'm going to use the word, too long?
No, I don't. And the reason for that is this. We get a draft plan approval.
Yeah.
Again, often we start off with staff with well over 100 draft plan conditions, and those get negotiated down to somewhere around 80. And those all need to be satisfied. And included in that is detailed engineering design approvals We all know there's some challenges there, and with timelines to get that kind of stuff done, right? So when we're in an environment where we make a submission to the county, and we could be, Mr. Lambert, 3, 4, 5 months before we get a response, and then we have to revise documents, send them back into the county, and go through another waiting period. So it could easily be 2 years to get through the engineering process for that. And then we would maybe not hit time of year exactly right and not want to start construction in the winter or even in the fall and need to wait for the following spring. And if we're in a situation where we use a pre-servicing agreement, that plan of subdivision, which what has to be done within the 3 years according to your standard condition, that registration of the plan doesn't actually happen until the construction is done, because your condition says that the subdivision has been registered, and registration often does not happen until the sewer's in the ground, the roads are built, all these things. So what another tragedy that could be, again, where the sewers are in the ground and there's no capacity for it. Now that could be addressed by a pre-servicing agreement and some subtle wording changes here, but I think it takes 3 years to get from the time council approves the development until you've got a registered plan and you're ready to build homes.
Councillor Breton, anything further?
Yeah, I guess, excuse me, I guess I'm looking at it like a pre-servicing agreement. And let's face it, the market dictates when a developer wants to put the money in the ground, right?
Yes.
Makes sense? So I can see all kinds of things sitting and waiting. And then all of a sudden, everybody jumps on the bandwagon because the market's improved.
So I would use this scenario. Let's say a developer comes to you for a plan of subdivision and he says, I have 4 phases.
Yeah.
And let's use the Gardens of Delhi that council approved, I don't know, about a year ago. And in that draft plan, set of draft plan conditions, it says phase 1 will be registered by this date, and then phase 2 will be registered by a date which is about 3 years later, and then phase 4 about 3 years later, and so on. And those are all set out in the draft plan conditions. With the policy that we have before you, those dates that are set out in the draft plan condition are in the approved in principle category, not in the committed, which means that your developer could get his draft plan approval, he could go hurry up offense, he could get his designs approved, he could come back and register phase 1. Let's say he can do it in a year. Council's like, this is fantastic. In phase 1, he builds the stormwater pond that is sized for the entire development. He brings a sewer a couple blocks to the development because it's needed for the whole thing. He does some intersection improvements. He does all these things in phase 1 to support the entire development. And he has capacity for phase 1 because that has been registered. Now, 3 years later, he comes back and says, okay, now I'm ready for phase 2, and he wants to move that from approved in principle to committed. And the county says, well, I'm sorry, another developer came in yesterday and registered 1,000 lots. We don't have any capacity left for you. So he has been faithfully and honestly performing and meeting the timeline set out by the county, but nonetheless, the county pulls the rug out from under him. I think it's only reasonable that when you get draft plan approval, the sewage capacity is committed. And then, if the developer does not perform within the timelines, you pull that capacity away. But the developer has to know that if he meets your timelines, we will honor your part of the agreement and make sure the capacity is there.
I guess what I'm looking at is when you come for, say, 4 phases, like we talked about, and we give you a commitment, then, well, what are we supposed to do? Sit and wait forever? Even, like, there's a lot of other factors. You don't want to put the money into phase 2, 3, and 4, and the market might not be there. So I see the problem, John, and I'm not arguing about it. I just think that maybe it needs to be looked at. Maybe it needs to be looked at.
So I don't necessarily want debate back and forth between the deputation and council. So respectfully, I'll move on. Are there further questions? Councillor Van Adrian.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, John, for the presentation. At the end of the day, I don't see anything wrong with what you're saying. So, and what your ask is here is to go back and take a look at it and kind of work on a change to it rather than what we've got now.
Correct.
Right. So I see nothing wrong with it. I see many times that we send things back, so maybe it's an opportunity for us. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Anything further? Mr. Valley, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Council, may I have a motion to receive the deputation as information? Moved by Councillor Huffman and seconded by Mayor Martin. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that is carried. Is there any intention to do anything at this moment in time, or would you prefer to wait for the report? Councillor Van Adrian.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I will wait for the report before I put a motion on the floor.
Okay.
Thank you.
And if I may just have council's indulgence or committee's indulgence for just a moment, I appreciate that in the approval of the agenda, we did say that we would move the staff report that relates to this to be following the deputation. That said, we do have another deputation that's here in chambers that is waiting patiently on an item that we've actually already referred to a separate agenda. So I am wondering, with your indulgence, if we can allow that deputation to take place, the questions related to that, and then we will come back to the report. Can I get some nods of approval? Yes? Okay, thank you. With that, Kyle Van Groningen, please come forward. It is a deputation related to the ICE allocation policy. Mr. Van Groningen, you have 5 minutes. I will let you know when you have 1 minute remaining. Take it away.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of council. My name is Kyle Van Groningen. I am speaking on behalf of Norfolk Minor Hockey Association, which includes Port Dover, Simcoe, Waterford, and Norfolk Minor Hockey. I'm here because of the proposed ICE allocation policy will significantly reduce opportunities for Norfolk families and harm youth hockey development in our county. I will speak on 6 main points. Number 1, process concerns and lack of knowledge and consultation. Norfolk Minor Hockey received the full details of this policy only within the last 24 hours. For months, we have been in discussions with Norfolk staff at a very high level. These details were just handed to us 24 hours ago. We were directly assured the policy will not significantly affect our membership. Those assurances have proven incorrect. The process has been rushed, unclear, and conducted without meaningful consultation with the largest group of Norfolk user of Norfolk arenas. Number 2, major data issues. The data behind the policy is incomplete, inaccurate, and misleading. Delhi Norwich full amalgamation includes 40% Oxford County residents who do not pay Norfolk County taxes, yet their program is being granted full Norfolk level ICE allocation. The submission includes non-existent teams and representative teams primarily composed of out-of-county players. When the team counts are wrong, the allocation model becomes unreliable and the procedures are disoriented in outcomes. Number 3, allocation does not match the team members. Norfolk County has nearly twice as many teams as the Delhi Norwich, but the proposed policy does not allocate ICE proportionately. There is a critical error. The proposed allocation for Delhi Norwich also ignores their program receives ICE allocation from Oxford County as well. This means they will receive 2 separate municipality ICE allocations, one from Norfolk and one from Oxford. Norfolk taxpayers will be subsidizing a second allocation for a program already supported by another municipality. This is major oversight in the data and in the formula. As a result, Norfolk children stand to lose ICE, while amalgamated organizations receive more than their proportionate share. Impact on local families and children. Under this policy, Norfolk Hockey will lose more than 25% of its current ice time. This reduction will lead to fewer teams, capped registrations, reduced practice time, less skill development, Norfolk children being turned away from playing hockey in Norfolk County. Meanwhile, associations with significant numbers of non-Norfolk residents would gain access to tax-funded ice. Number 5, Norfolk Minor Hockey's commitment to local leagues. Norfolk Minor Hockey may be the only representative hockey organization in Ontario that prioritizes local minor hockey. We support all development leagues, not only the competitive leagues. Last season, we dedicated 7 hours per week of our own allocated rep ice entire to local league. These hours were recorded as rep hours, but they were used exclusively for local league players. Cutting ice from rep, local league, and grassroots is the effect of this policy. What I'm asking council to do, we are not opposed to updating the allocation policy. We are opposed to incorrect data, inconsistent application of rules, and outcomes that disadvantage Norfolk residents. We respectfully request council to reject or defer the policy until team counts and residential data is verified. We ask them to apply the 95% residential rule consistently and transparently. Recalculate allocations using accurate, active, registered member numbers. Consider the unique structure and community role that Norfolk Minor Hockey plays. Consult directly with the largest user group before implementing any change. In closing, Norfolk Minor Hockey is a partner association and has participated in this process in good faith. We were promised fairness and transparency and have not received that. This policy, as written, will reduce opportunities for Norfolk families, limit player development, and undermine the long-term health of youth hockey in Norfolk County.
Kyle, I was busy writing notes. You are out of time, so if you could sum up.
I simply asked, pause the policy, review the facts, and protect Norfolk ice for Norfolk kids. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'll turn over to committee for questions. I saw Councillor Very first, then Van den Driesch.
Thank you. So this is a question for Kyle, and it may require staff, so forgive me. But okay, so where I'm at with this is that this whatever it is, disconnection, miscommunication, whatever, has gone on far too long. You know, almost since the very beginning, I've been hearing from different minor hockey people that they're not being heard, that they're not getting correct information, on and on and on it goes. And I don't know what the disconnection is, but it's a year. And we just had a meeting a month ago where we threw it back and tried to get more information, and here we are again. So I don't know what the problem is, but I'm at the point where I'm wondering, do we need 2 or 3 councillors to go to this meeting and make sure that everybody's on the same page? I realize that we're not supposed to get into operations, but right now the operations aren't operating. So what do? Do we just keep throwing it back and not do anything? Like I'm willing to go do that and sit in a meeting. So what I'm wondering, Kyle, would that make this better? Is that what you're like? How can we help you get this resolved? Because I don't want it to come back again with this understanding from our groups that they've not been heard, that the information is incorrect, that we're not doing a good job. I mean, enough is enough at this point. So tell me how we can help get this solved, because I don't want to do it again.
So I agree. We have been in talks, and I just had a great talk with Brenda. We have been in discussions at a 50,000-foot view. These details just got handed over to us. We would love to be able to sit down, share our numbers, because I don't know how these numbers are getting miscalculated, but the facts are the facts, and our membership would like that for this to move forward.
So I guess if you allow it, can I throw it to Bill and see what he thinks about this? Because again, I understand the importance of keeping operations separate, but what are we doing here? We keep throwing it back.
I think that's probably not unfair. Certainly, Mr. Cridlin and I have been in some conversation already today, and so perhaps if you want to give a summary of your plan for the next steps.
Yeah, thank you through the chair to councillors. Yeah, it is obvious that there is some lack of communication here, some basic misunderstanding how we got to here. In my discussions today with Councillor Duffy as well as Al, the CAO, staff were the part of recommending that this be referred until February, and with that date, we did not want to rush these meetings with the Christmas season coming up. Brian Gertz is here as well, the new hire of Parks, Rec, and Culture, and we're prepared to start the meetings up for him and I to be involved and have hopefully a meeting here before Christmas and then one after, so we're well prepared for a February comeback to this council. As far as council's involvement, I will leave that with council. I think staff with Brian and I inside are able to take this to the next step, but I can't dictate what council would like to do. If they want to be involved, that's their decision. If not, this council has my word that Brian and I will start the meetings, get communication together. We may not come back with a product that everybody is happy with and 100%, but we'll fine tune it to the point we are, and we'll bring back reasons why we can't entertain everyone. But we'll do our best to come back with something refined in groups at ease that communication did happen.
Well, my point of view on it, thanks, Bill. My point of view on it is if I'm going to hear about it, we're all going to hear about it, and people are mad anyways, I may as well be at the meeting, so at least they're mad at me for not getting it right there, not hearing about it later and everything else. So I don't know what the process is. Do I need to move it? Do I just show up or what? Let's complete the deputation and questions on it, and then we'll come back for some direction. But you're good with that, right?
Tend to agree with you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vanden Drieschie next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Thank you for your presentation. You sent an email out early this morning to people so that they could respond with, in my question, a bit of a few misnomers, if I would hesitate to say that, and quite disparaging to another organization, which is sad and uncalled for, in my opinion. When you would indicate and say that there are out-of-town teams, that is totally untrue. I can go to staff and look that up. That is not true. You talk about that you would be cut over 25%. That wasn't indicated to us when we studied it. And you look at things and in my opinion, you're fear-mongering these parents, unfortunately, in my opinion.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I'll hear it.
Question for the deputation.
Thank you.
Okay,
I tend to agree.
How many hours?
Councillor Vanden Drieschie, I'll ask you to turn to questions, please.
How many hours have you returned of hockey hours already?
I don't have the exact number, but if
maybe I can ask staff how many hours you've returned already. And
okay,
sorry.
Let me respond.
I'll let you respond.
Councillor Vanden Drieschie, please repeat your question. Give the deputation the opportunity to answer.
Have you returned so far?
I don't have an exact number on that, but let me explain a little bit of detail that is very important to that question. Norfolk minor hockey, most of its hockey is on the weekend. Over roughly about 50% of its ice time is on the weekend. This weekend is one of the largest tournament weekends in the province. There's Silver Sticks going on. So how would you expect a team of 57 teams, an organization of 57 teams, to manage when it's done by week, to have that ice used on the weekends? They're away at tournaments. The way that it's scheduled is on a week-to-week basis, which we have to accept, and that is sometimes the outcome because we are away at tournaments.
So you've returned a fair amount of ice.
It's not that much.
Okay, sorry.
May I continue, sir, if I have the floor?
I'm going to ask that you stay to questions, and I don't want to see debate back and forth with the deputation.
Thank you.
Questions only,
not a problem.
please.
Not a problem. Would you concur that if another organization uses ice outside the county, so requiring less ice for their teams, is that not a direct advantage to the Norfolk Hockey Associations?
I don't understand your question.
Well, if an organization uses ice outside the organization of Norfolk County, instead of asking for a practice time at home, they ask for a practice time away. Does that not alleviate ice time so that you can get more ice time or Norfolk can have more ice time? Is not that fair to say?
No, I don't think it's fair because the amount of ice that they're being allocated is a full amount on their membership, which does not include Norfolk County residents. There is a full amalgamation between Delhi and Norwich. 40% of the user group, they're getting a full amalgamation of Norfolk ice. They also get Oxford ice. So to say that that is taking away from ice, taking away or helping other Norfolk teams, that is not true.
Oh, I disagree. The other question I would have is, did you know that all Norfolk, or I'll go to Norwich hockey, all Norwich local leagues play in Norwich. All Delhi local leagues play in Delhi. All those teams. So there is no local leagues that come and take any ice. Did you know that?
It's the same as Waterford, Port Dover, and Simcoe.
Exactly.
I don't
So
understand
it's a
your
misinterpretation of what you're saying. Okay. And I've, where did you derive 26% of cuts?
I just spoke with Brenda, and she pulled up the chart, and it just verified that there was 32 hours taken away from the Norfolk Association.
Okay. I'd like to get that answer then from staff, if you don't mind.
Let's, if you have further questions for the deputation, we'll continue, and then we'll come back to staff and for some direction as well. No further questions? Councillor Van Adrishi at this time?
No, I prefer to hear staff. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, we'll come back to staff. So I will move then to the next council member. I have Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First off, I'll start off by saying there must be something not right of what we've done. I got 75 emails between 9:30 and noon today. And however, I think staff have tried to calm the waters here, but I did speak with a few people on my way to Tillsonburg today, and one was this gentleman right here. So, Kyle, I do have a question, and I'm going to ask it of you again, because I asked it today, and at our last, excuse me, our previous meeting with this topic was back, I don't know what the date was, a couple of months ago maybe, but anyways, when we started into the ICE policy, I had asked for registration figures, and staff were pretty good. They provided me with, I think, 3 or 4 years going back. And when I spoke to you, you told me, and I would like to hear it again, that the figures we've received are not correct. Like the registration numbers for Norfolk, Waterford, Delhi, you're saying those figures aren't correct?
There are some numbers that are incorrect in the teams aspect. I'm
talking registration. The figures I have in front of me are supposedly to be the 25-26 registration for minor hockey in Norfolk.
I'd have to see what those numbers are. But in the numbers, we have found that it's a combined of Delhi and Norwich. Right? So that's my point, is it's not Norfolk minor, not Norfolk residents. There are numbers there that are just Norfolk, and it should just be Norfolk residents, not Norfolk and Norwich.
Well, and Delhi and Norwich are together, but it says right here that there's 523 registrations between the two of them. I don't know what the breakdown is.
That would be between the two of them. So
okay, well, we can find out. We can find out what that is.
Yep.
But are you saying the other ones are correct or they aren't correct?
Our numbers are correct.
Okay, so that's what, Norfolk minor hockey?
Norfolk minor hockey, Waterford, Simcoe, and Port Dover.
Okay, but Norfolk minor hockey, it says here is 266.
Correct.
That's correct?
Roughly, yes.
Well, roughly, or is it correct?
It's
correct. Is that your registration?
That is the correct number.
Okay, thank you. One other question. You have, Norfolk minor hockey has their own executive?
Yes.
Norfolk being the Knights, I assume?
Yes.
You have your own executive?
Yes.
Okay, what about Simcoe minor hockey, Waterford minor hockey? Do they have their own executives?
Yes, as part of the policy that in order to, this is how this partnership was built, was Norfolk minor hockey was built on Waterford, Simcoe, and Port Dover on their own, like they're going to operate as themselves. So they have their own executives. In order to be on the executive of Norfolk, you have to be part of one of the other boards.
Okay, all right. Well, obviously we've missed something if we get so many people upset. So I can agree with Councillor Berry. Maybe it's time we looked into what's going on at the meetings. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I will just urge some caution to committee members. The report technically has been pulled from the agenda. So when we're referring to data that's in those charts, etc., I would urge caution because it's not technically on today's agenda and has moved forward to February's agenda. So please be mindful of that as we ask our questions. Relate them only to the information you've heard from the deputation today. With that, Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sounds like this ICE policy is certainly splitting the Norfolk community here, which is really too bad. You've made some allegations with respect to fairness and transparency, and I know you had a presentation prepared. Did we get a copy of that, or can we get a copy of that if we haven't had one yet?
I can get one to you.
Because I couldn't write fast enough. You're
no problem.
Pretty good at giving that. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Passen next.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I got a question that I haven't been able to get answered yet, and you might be the guy who knows how to answer it. OMHA changed the rules this year that there's no longer boundaries for each individual arena. And what I haven't been able to find out is, does that mean that any kid can go to any location and ask to play hockey? And if they do, are you bound to take them, or can the local organization say no?
Yes, it's up to it's up to each board member. It's up to each organization. So the question, your first question is yes, a player can go anywhere in Ontario if he or she wishes. The second part is no, they are not bound to take them. There was situations I know directly on the Waterford board this year. We had to deny a few Haldeman kids that were on the border, for example.
Okay, so each organization, like Waterford Minor Hockey, can say we will only take Norfolk County residents as joining Waterford Minor Hockey. You might have Brantford saying we'll take anybody who's good enough because we want to have the best teams and we like to cheat, right? So that's how it works. So,
yep.
Okay, thank you.
Just maybe supplemental to that, I think it might be beneficial, Kyle, if you add the distinction related to rep versus house league.
Yeah, so local league would be your Waterford, Simcoe, Port Dover minor hockey. Back 5 years ago, there was, in each one of those organizations, they had their own rep teams. That became a scenario where it was no longer viable. So those three organizations came together and kind of pooled their players and said, okay, we're going to make one rep team, and it's under it's an A center, and we also have some B teams. So local league has always been able to go from local league to local league to local. It didn't matter where you lived. This was the first year for open borders on rep teams.
And that follows a tryout process. Does not guarantee a spot.
Because I apologize, Mr. Chair, about 25 years ago, I was right into every rule, and right now I got like 3 grandkids starting hockey, so I haven't really brushed up on all the rules.
You'll know it again soon.
I will know it again soon, yeah.
All right, any further questions for the deputation before we turn to direction and staff questions? So, Councillor Brunton?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have one other question. Kyle, can I ask you, you have rep hockey and we have house league hockey, I call it that. I don't know what they call it now, under 9.
Local league.
Local league, okay, local league. My question to you is, how much ice time do you feel a local league person should get in a week compared to your rep?
Well, first of all, so I believe that's outlined in the OMHA policy. I believe that is a thing. They basically tell us what each team should have. And I believe it's 1 practice, 1 home game a week, and I believe that's what it is. In my deputation here, I presented that Norfolk Minor Hockey is a local league center first.
Yep.
How that comes to be is when we receive our ice allocation, local leagues are given their ice, and then Norfolk Minor Hockey is left to take what's left over. So local league is getting exactly what they need based on their registration and their team, what their teams are required, what they have. And then, which is one practice, one game. And then we will give them a development opportunity throughout the year. So to answer your question, I believe the OMHA states it's 1-1. One game, one practice.
For each team?
Each team.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we have exhausted questions at this stage on the deputation, so I will look for a motion to receive the deputation as information. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. All in favor? Opposed? Noted. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Van Groningen. So I'm going to turn to Councillor Very first, as he had some questions related to staff, and then to Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Well, thanks, Chair, but
Sorry, Mr. Councillor Very, I want to add, questions related to staff must be based on the information you heard from the deputation today and should not be related to the information that was contained within the report that is no longer on the agenda that is before you. Okay? Only information from the deputation.
Yeah, I like that you'd called me Mr. Councillor Very. That was really good. I don't think I have any more questions.
For the teams, and the information that we would bring forward would be from them at a high level. And that's the policy that we've created for you, is a very high level policy, and not into the actual weeds of how the ice is allocated to the teams and what each receives.
Yeah, go ahead,
If I may.
Councillor.
There was a statement made that there were out-of-county teams. Do you know or can speak to that statement that was made? So what they're saying, in essence, and that was part of their email, was the fact that there's whole teams made up of out-of-county members. Is that true?
I can't speak factually as the statement that was made, but our research and the documentation that we have received from the different associations does not point to that. However, we don't know everything that an organization might do, but the information we receive says that the people that are using the facilities are people from within the county, and the ice that is not being used is used in a partnership outside the county as per the agreement with that organization.
Can you tell me how many times you met with the organizations and had this discussion? Because I know that, speaking with Nikki, it was several times. I know myself, being with the Parks and Rec Committee, we had this whole package brought to us, and that was made public. Quite a while ago, and quite a few times it was brought up.
Yeah, Nikki has had various meetings. I've met with the head of the association's board, not individuals, and we had the original meeting as a user group meeting where we proposed all the different scenarios for the high level of how we would effectively and efficiency allocate ice. And that was the group we met with. And that consensus was reached for the allocation of how it would be done, and it was done per team. But the consensus was never altogether as into the amount of ice time given out to each team in that way. So we've met a couple of times at a high level. However, I understand, and I would just say, I understand some of their concerns as after the conversation we had back here, as to understanding what the policy actually means and the impact that policy has, because there's, I don't say it's a misrepresentation, but I think there's a misinterpretation of what the allocation would mean. And I think that is what we have to get together with the user groups and come together and understanding how that policy would come into effect and how it would affect them. It's not meant to take ice away. It's meant to allocate the ice correctly, and so we can give more ice out to organizations that have more teams as they grow.
Absolutely, and totally concur with that. And that's why previously I believe that local leagues should have at least the 2-hour allocation in the document. In the document itself, there is no residency policy now. We don't have we want to implement one, or one wants to
Councillor,
be put in.
I'm sorry, I'm going to stop you. I don't believe that was discussed in the deputation. I think you're referring to the policy that is not before us at this moment in time.
Yes, it was discussed. The speaker spoke about that there was 40% came from another location. So once you've mentioned a percentage of something, I have every right to question that.
Proceed.
Thank you. So with that, when we're talking about percentages of ice and things like that, is there the 26, well, I'll move on to something else. 26% cut, is that legitimate to say?
So through you, Mr. Chair, currently right now within the ICE policy that is existing, or there is no residency that is in effect or can be implemented. So currently there's not that for the existing policy.
Right.
The 26%, I would have to go back and look at the exact. What I think you're talking about, and I think what the organizations and the letters are looking at is this: there was a document that proposed in a chart that if this went this way, this could be what could happen if less teams registered or we actually implemented it. So we have not taken that away at this time. It's not out there in current, but the misunderstanding is that in a chart, I try not to say anything about the report, Mr. Chair, but it's like in the report there was some, or in what has circulated is documentation that says the worst case scenario, what ifs are out there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for those clarifications.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. To Bill, my question is, you mentioned a meeting in December, so we're at November 13th. At that meeting, who are you thinking will be in attendance?
Through the chair, I think we would rely on Brenda and Nikki as far as getting a representative from all ICE users. So we would take a holistic review to start and then start to drill down, and I think we'd come to the point where maybe communication fell apart or where the groups are seeing it as unfair or losing time, and then we would work on those. So I see it as every user group that we have contacted, we'd start right at the start again.
Okay, thank you. That's what I would strongly recommend. I think we need to kind of restart here. I'm not coming from this from an adversarial point in any way, shape, or form. I understand that there's been work done by both sides. There's obviously miscommunication. I do support Councillor Veery's suggestion. I would be interested in that as well, pursuing that. And I really want to get to the bottom of this as quickly as possible so we don't have this division in our community.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, just seeking some clarification. Is the discrepancy between the numbers, Norfolk's numbers, versus what Norfolk Minor Hockey believes versus what Delhi Norwich might be presenting as, is this all going back and referencing the conversation that Councillor Brunton had with Nikki around us tracking and verifying the numbers, meaning that we don't have the resources to do that, so we use the numbers that are presented to us from the teams? I distinctly remember a long conversation with Councillor Brunton and Nikki. Is that where this discrepancy is coming from? It's a he said, she said, because we can't actually verify them. We don't have the resources and the time and ability to verify who ends up putting a skate on the ice after a booking is done?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're absolutely correct. What we rely on is the associations to give us the information, because again, they're kind of like they're our customer, and our customer rents the ice from us based on allocation, and we rely on them to give us the information of how many is registered and how many teams are applying. It would be massive for us to try to get, I mean, we could, even if you ask for a list, they're going to give you the same list as what they're already currently giving us in order to document it. We can go to OMHA. However, OMHA is not always reliable either because of the changing of the teams constantly and the teams being accessed and giving granted permission. So what we rely on is the associations to give us the information, and that is the only information we use.
Okay, any further questions for staff? Is there any further direction that council wants to provide at this point? Councillor Brunton.
I think you've heard from a few councillors that think they would like to sit in at least and listen to the debate and stuff with staff and the minor hockey groups. Some of us are involved with them, I guess. And do we need a motion to do that, or how do we approach it?
Turn to the CAO.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would suggest the following. I mean, operations are operations. You're on the governance. When we have an open house and we start having meetings with the various stakeholders, you'll all be invited, and you're all welcome. We've never said any councillor is not invited to any of these meetings. You can certainly join in. You can listen to what's being discussed, and you'll see where it goes from there. And then when we come back with the data and what we've heard, you'll be able to verify whether it's accurate or not.
Thank you.
Councillor Berry.
Sorry, I just want some clarification because that sounded like it might be a little loopholey to me. I'm mildly concerned about the open house part that you said there, Alan. Maybe that was just the phrase you chose, but what I want to do is when there's a meeting, I want to be there. I don't want to go to a public meeting, open house, whatever. Like when we talk about Friday the 13th in Port Dover, I go to the meeting with all the user groups. That's what I want to do here. I want to go to the meeting with the staff and the user groups like I would do for anything else that affects my ward. That's what I'm trying to get at here, not a open house.
So just to be clear then, when we set up these meetings, all of council will be invited and you're all welcome to attend.
Thank you.
We'll ensure there's no quorum present at that for the public record. Okay. Seeing none, that was fun. Thank you very much. Let's move forward. We'll complete the service allocation policy report, and then we will break. Okay? So at this time, we'll move to staff report 8.3.3, servicing allocation policy report CDS 25-052. I will now call on Ms. Alicia Cull, Manager of Planning Services, to present her report.
Thank you. Through the chair, Norfolk County's servicing allocation policy was first implemented in 2012. Staff are recommending an update to this policy to better reflect the allocation process and consideration of servicing capacity as part of the development process. The main change proposed is a formalization of allocation commitment at the agreement stage. Until a development is registered, the allocation is only approved in principle and cannot be guaranteed. This will ensure that allocation is being granted in a manner that ensures it will not sit idle when it could be better used by an active development application. An updated use it or lose it principle is also recommended that allows for the revocation of allocation 3 years after the agreement is registered if no building permits have been issued by that time. The overall intent of the revised policy is to ensure that servicing allocation is being granted in a fair, consistent, and objective manner that meets the interests of the county and mitigates risks. Staff recommend that this report be received as information and that the updates to the servicing allocation policy be approved.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cull. Are there questions of the report? Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Last term council, I made a statement once that I very seldom agreed with Mr. Valley, but I seem to be getting him educated because more and more times so I agree with him, so I must get him educated on this. But I do believe that concept that Mr. Valley presented has some merit. And is that something that you could tweak the wordings in here? The date of the draft plan of subdivision, that it was the water sewer be allocated, and if they don't get that part done in 3 years, then it's automatically lost. Or even when they get the plan of subdivision registered and nothing happens for another 3 years, you take it away again. You've got 2 chances now to take it away. But I think that commitment up front, and I think Mr. Valley explained it quite well, especially on those staged things that they need to know up front, because most of the money in a development goes into phase 1, I believe, and they got to make sure they're going to get it back later. So can we tweak that before the council meeting, the wording to reflect that, or do we just defer the whole thing?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll take a stab at this one. I think we're not far off on alignment, but perhaps I will explain why we had proposed what we had done. And it was to give some transparency to the process and give us a bit of a clearer vision towards the available capacity of water that we have and how it's being assigned. And to align its assignment with the milestones of, let's say, application, draft plan approval, and registration. At the moment, when an individual makes an application, the allocation is called pending. There's interest in allocation. And at the moment, when they hit the milestone date of draft plan approved, right now it's recorded as committed. And that status carries right through to registration and until it's done, and actually somebody's tied to it. For us who are tracking, what is committed, what's pending, what's going to be used, where is it going eventually, and to Councillor Brunton's point, some things can sit for a number of years in draft plan approval, but will sit on our ledger books as committed. We have been suggesting to infuse a different terminology called approved in principle or pending at the draft plan stage. I will call it the word reserved. It's reserved for you so long as you meet those conditions of draft plan approval, and once you register, it will be moved over to commitment. I think it's necessary to understand at the draft plan approval stage, on the other side of the table, our developers, actually there is no commitment there. There's no agreement. There's no posted securities. There's no approved engineering plans. And that's why we're choosing to suggest now, we'll call that approved in principle and reserved for you. When they hit registration, they post securities. Their engineering plans are approved. They actually have a commitment to put the pipes into the ground to draw upon that allocation. It is then when we would move it to commitment. To address some of the concerns that were raised about, chance likelihood of removal while it was in the pending stage or approved in principle, we did add condition 8.6 in there that as long as there's ongoing effort to advance the plans towards ultimate approval, we would state that reserved would be kept for you. But with all due respect, if there's no effort to move forward after draft plan approval and years pass on and there will be a request for an extension, we will need to revisit that. And that's kind of the rationale why we were moving from pending committed to a pending, approved in principle or reserved, and then committed. Hopefully that makes a little bit clearer for you. I think it is also to understand, or I think it's important to state that our own policy says that allocation should not be treated as a commodity, like you're guaranteeing that it could be handed over. And at the draft plan approval stage, I think many of you know, there's a lot of conditions to be cleared. Those are in the hands of the developer or the landowner. There's no written agreement binding between the county and the developer. Once they clear their conditions is when, and then they're permitted to register. That's when there's that actual binding contract between the county and the developer. So that's where our alignment is coming from. I certainly think we can make some minor tweaks to the wording as long as that intent is still there and have that ready to bring back to council at the next sitting. But if you're asking for I think a revisit of the commitment status at draft plan approval, we probably would ask that you would defer it and take it away, and we'll have further discussion.
No, I think that if there's those couple of little tweaks, like the explanation is perfect, and a lot of it is other fancy word semantics. They mean the same thing, it's just how you're saying it. But I think there's a couple little tweaks in there that you've mentioned that will explain it, and I would be content with that. Thank you. So.
All right. I think I saw Mayor Martin's hand. Councillor Van Andrus, did you have your hand up as well? Yes, you did. Okay.
Thanks.
Hiding under the table.
Chair, through you to staff, what do you anticipate the extension review process looking like? Like, if there's a need for a developer to apply for the extension or go through the ability to acquire capacity again?
Through the chair, typically they would reach out near the end of when their application is expiring or their approval, and they would request that. Right now, staff do a lot of work to reach out when a draft plan is expiring in case they've forgotten or something like that. So we would have to either formalize the process somehow, but typically it would be up to the developer to reach out and say, I would like to extend this.
Okay, and so they do that, and then what are you looking for?
We'd want to see some movement on the file, so evidence that they've been, if it's at the agreement stage, evidence that as to, I guess, a good explanation as to why they haven't had a building permit in 3 years is what we would be looking for.
In general, I'm in support of the policy and the concept. I'm just, I don't like the idea of creating an extra step on, okay, it's expired and now what? And while that's, an operational step, it is another piece of red tape. It is another barrier to getting development going and housing built. And so that's kind of my only sticking point, just hearing you speak about the extension and what that looks like. How are we going to quantify what a legitimate enough reason is why development hasn't occurred and why it's going to occur and why it should be prioritized? That's just kind of hanging in the, sure.
Through the chair, I would say that for for a subdivision to be registered and nothing built for 3 years would be a very rare situation.
All done? Do you want me to come back to you? Okay, Councillor Van Adrishi.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. So we need developers, we need development, we need to move forward. Is there an opportunity for you to speak with developers and see, this draft has gone out, does it go out to developers for an opinion or not?
Through the chair, it was brought up at a developer industry session early in the year. The only feedback I was aware of was from Mr. Valley. There may have been others, I wasn't there, but this is the notes that I found. So it is on the agenda today as a draft. We haven't heard from any other developers. We do have a developer industry session coming up next Friday, I believe. So if there's any feedback at that time, we could receive it as well.
Okay, so being that this is still under draft, and it's not that far away that you're meeting with those developers, so maybe there's an opportunity there to present it and be able to get the feedback from them as well.
Through the chair, yes, we could do that and incorporate anything. If there's anything major, we could bring it back maybe for further discussion, but yes, we could get that feedback.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Martin? Not yet? Okay. Councillor Brunton, I think I saw your hand.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Darnell, I guess. I'm still a little unclear. Let's look. It's a 4-phase subdivision. The developer has a draft plan on all 4 phases, correct? And he pre-services phase 1. And then he registers it, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the councillor, draft plan approval would typically always apply to the whole of the lands.
Yep.
A developer may choose to advance the development in phases.
Correct. Okay, can you follow me though? What I'm trying to get
Yes.
clarified is he pre-services and then he thinks the market's ready. He registered phase 1. Where's the allocation given to him for water and wastewater? On the draft, the minute he registers that phase 1 for the entire draft plan approved subdivision?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the developer advanced servicing under a pre-servicing agreement,
Yep.
it would be committed at the pre-servicing agreement stage.
For phase 1?
Correct. For the benefit of council, a pre-servicing agreement allows a developer to advance servicing on the land prior to registration. That is an option for them, but they don't have to go in that manner. They could certainly register their plan and then do their servicing. Either way works for us. The earlier of those two, they would get their commitment because that's when they put pipes in the ground and can actually draw on that
But is the water and wastewater commitment on all 4 phases? Even if he's only doing phase 1?
Per the policy sitting here now, no. It would only be on the phases as they go, and the rest would be reserved in principle until they come along.
And that could be that could be a long time.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that would be in the landowner's prerogative to how long they wish to take. And yes, while there are some that advance fairly quickly, admittedly, there are some that have sat for draft plan approval for numerous years.
Yeah, and I think that's a problem. I think, to me, and I'll say it, the length of time of a subdivision, irregardless of phases, the market dictates that. Nothing else. And pre-servicing, once you pre-service, you've made a commitment. That's where the money's spent.
Okay, Councillor Columbus, I feel like perhaps I missed you. I apologize.
No, you didn't miss me.
No? Okay. Anything further? Mayor Martin, are you ready?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I think I'd like to send this back to staff. I support the idea. We've been talking about it for years. We have countless Norfolk County developments that have allocation, attributed to them already that we could be using elsewhere. But I personally am concerned with the process and the additional red tape for extensions on an extension, or if the capacity has been removed, or advancing through the phases. So I personally would like a little bit more clarity around that without diminishing the policy. I don't want it to be onerous for the developer, but it is our obligation to protect Norfolk County. So if a development's not moving forward, then we need to keep a good handle on our capacity and reallocate it appropriately. So I don't know how to give you some specific direction there. I'm kind of questioning an operations aspect, but before I can support the policy, I'd have to know what that looked like.
Okay, so I think Mr. Lambert and then Mr. Meneses have a couple of comments. I'll let you do that, and then we'll take direction from council.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor, I think maybe a little bit of clarity. The expiration at the 3-year mark isn't being introduced by this policy. That already sits within the Planning Act. Draft plan approval can be granted for 3 years, and then a developer must advance to registration at that phase or ask for an extension. That exists today. This policy is not introducing that as a new step at all. Matter of fact, I think what we're suggesting here is we're bringing our allocation in alignment with those milestone steps, is what we're suggesting. Certainly, we've received many extensions for draft plan approval over the years, and we're not, we're usually quite favorable to those extensions. We would love and encourage development to happen within Norfolk, so it's not likely that one has their draft plan removed unless there's something pretty much gone awry. And that can be on both sides of the table. A developer might say, look, the market has changed. I need to do a complete mosaic change on this plan. They're going to go backwards and do that step. I don't think I've seen very many at all where the county actually takes the position and says we're sunsetting your draft plan approval. So we're not introducing anything new in that regard at all.
Thank you. Mr. Meneses.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just want to remind council that this is part of what the province is looking for municipalities to do in terms of advancing more homes quicker without having allocation tied up for years and years and years. And so when we're applying for grants, when we're looking for opportunities to get some federal or provincial funding to help with our infrastructure, the one thing that they will always ask is, do you use all the tools that are available to you, and do you have a robust use it or lose it policy? Because it works against us if we don't. And so staff have looked at the current policy, we've refined it. I understand the perspective of the deputation, and I understand that there might be some reservations from a developer's perspective, but what we're trying to do here is achieve a balance between encouraging development and not having limited capacity allocated to projects that may not see a shovel in the ground for years and years and years. And so it's a delicate balance that we're trying to get with this policy.
All right. Lots of feedback around the table on that one. Is there direction from council at this time? Committee. So Mayor Martin, you had briefly mentioned referring it, but...
Yeah, but not applicable anymore if that's technically already in practice, so.
Okay.
Just to move it along, I'll move the staff recommendation.
Move the staff recommendation. Thank you very much. Seconded by Councillor Very. Is there discussion or debate on said motion? Seeing none, I will call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Noted? Carried. Thank you very much. Okay, it's 3:03. We'll take a break, if you don't mind, to about 3:10.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County. Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
Hey, Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with. Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming.
Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County. Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions and everyone's been so kind
and welcoming because I was born and raised here and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the communities.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community.
All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Let's jump to agenda item 8.1, Emergency and Social Services, 8.1.1. Sole source remote access vehicle RAV, that is report ESS 25-010. I will turn it to our Chief of EMS, Mr. Justin Hobson, to present the report.
Good afternoon. Through you, Mr. Chair, to Council and Committee, we're here today to present report ESS 25-010, which recommends sole sourcing a remote access vehicle for Norfolk County Paramedic Services. The report is to be received as information and that Council permit a sole source supply as outlined in Norfolk County Purchasing Policy GP-028, Section 5.9.5, with ASAP 911 Inc., and authorize staff to negotiate and execute an agreement for the purchase. I'll start by explaining why this vehicle is critical. Norfolk County Paramedic Services responds to emergencies in remote areas inaccessible to standard ambulances, such as trails, agricultural fields, ATV, and snowmobile routes. We average about 12 calls per year, requiring a remote access vehicle, often in adverse weather conditions. These calls are frequently the most serious incidents, including traumatic injuries, and often require air ambulance transport to designated trauma centers. Our current unit, a 2013 John Deere Gator, is past its useful life and has major limitations. The patient compartment's open to the elements, there's no climate control, minimal privacy and security, and an outdated stretcher system that requires manual transfers between the stretchers and the elements. These limitations compromise patient safety, operational efficiency, and patient comfort. After a thorough market analysis, staff determined that the ASAP 911 MedStat is the only unit available that meets our needs. It's fully enclosed, climate-controlled patient compartment, space for a full-size stretcher, and 2 attendants. It's compatible with our existing stretcher system. It's proven reliable. It's currently used in Toronto and Ottawa paramedic services, with staff reporting it's completely changed how these calls are performed. The unit's also versatile in its use, enabling us to deploy it at special events, severe weather situations, or when the patient's exact location is unknown. The flexibility ensures we can provide timely care in unpredictable circumstances. Funding for this replacement was approved in the 2025 capital budget at $190,000, and the cost is expected to remain within budget. In summary, the ASAP 911 MedStat unit will significantly improve patient care and safety in remote environments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief. Is there any questions from committee? Councillor Van den Driesch, followed by Columbus, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, and thank you for that. I will concur that it is very important to have one of these types of vehicle. I didn't know that there is only one source that you can get this particular item. How do you transport it to a site? Now, to be honest, we had an incident back in the farm, and it was four-wheeler, and it was a significant incident, and yes, you had to walk in. The actual ambulance attendants had to walk in. Loss of time, it was not a good situation. So how do you transport this? Is this going to have another trailer that you're going to ride this little thing on and then drive out, and how does that work?
Yeah, through you, Chair, to Councillor Van den Driesch. So the vehicle is currently, the one that we currently have is transported on a trailer. So the trailer is transported right now by the fire department to the scene, currently housed in Victoria. For the future, we're hoping to introduce our superintendents to be able to move these around now that we have a superintendent in our fleet or in our service for 12-hour shifts. They would be the ones that would transport it to scene, and then from there they'd deploy onto the farm out to the patient location.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And yes, where's this unit manufactured?
So the MedStat currently is manufactured in Midvale, Ohio.
American A. Okay, that's too bad. Do we have a mechanic's report on the existing vehicle, the 12-year-old one?
I will defer that to Jordan.
Through the chair to the councillor, our existing unit is in relatively decent shape. It is exposed to the elements though. Due to the limited call volume that it has, it does have low hours on it. It just has some existing idle time. But that's where we're at with the current unit.
You say it's in good shape. Sounds like $190,000 to replace that. Sounds like an awful lot during this troubled budgeting time. Where is it stored, our unit currently stored, or where are we going to store this new unit? Where is it proposed to be stored?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, it will be stored in the same location that the current one is, in Victoria, as we feel that it is the best location to distribute the unit from. The majority of our calls are really in the south coast of the county and the east.
So I think I understood you where you'd mentioned the fire department actually brings the unit to the scene, right? So I was speaking with a fire department who's familiar with this unit, fire department personnel recently, and they indicated that even the one that they have now is difficult sometimes to get to the scene of where the accident was. And this unit seems to be a lot bigger, a lot wider, with a lot more box on it. It's got more tools on it, I know that, but is that not going to be an issue to have a unit like this that's so much wider and taller going through trails where you have to go to the rescue scene?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll also defer this question over about the dimensions to compare that. But for the vehicle being transported, it will still just be on the same, well, we are going to procure a new trailer with this, but it will help us to get to those locations. This vehicle also would be tracked, so like with a track system or wheels that are interchangeable, allowing us to get through the snow much easier to that patient location that way. But I'll defer the question about the specs over to Jordan.
Sorry, to the chair, to the councillor, the actual unit dimensions are not drastically bigger than the current unit. We are talking a couple inches taller and a couple inches longer, not very any wider than the current unit.
Thank you. That's all I have for now, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Columbus. Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last month I had the pleasure of hosting the vehicle. They used our farm to certify the firefighters from Victoria. And they got to drive around the farm and try it out. And I got to have a good look at the existing machine. And I think it has, there are certain benefits to have the enclosed version, especially when you're not handling a healthy person. You're handling somebody who's got enough issues already. They don't need to be exposed to the elements. But the trailer that we currently have is, it shouldn't even be used for that vehicle. So, it doesn't have proper tie downs that are easy to attach. There's a lot of things. So, if nothing else, get a new trailer if you want to keep the other one. But, I can see the need for the fully enclosed unit. It's a lot of money, but, that's the new standard nowadays, I guess. So.
Okay, thank you. Your mic is acting a little funny. Any further questions of the report? I'll look for committee's direction. Anybody? We need to do something with it, folks. Councillor Van Passen moved and Councillor Brunton second. Open the floor for discussion or debate. Councillor Van den Drieschie.
My apologies. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. Since Councillor Van Passen has brought up the condition of the trailer, before we agree to all this, should we not know approximately what a trailer would cost if we have to refurbish or restore that one or buy a new one?
Sorry, through the chair to the councillor. The new trailer still falls within the budget. We'd be looking at approximately $10,000 for a new trailer to replace the one we currently have. That will suit the needs of the new unit to aid with securement.
So you're saying that's already in the number you're talking about? Oh, okay, so you have incorporated it already. Thank you very much.
Okay, so the motion has been made. It is available on the screen by Councillor Van Passen, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Final call for any debate. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? Opposed? Noted? That's carried. Thank you. Nothing in the Public Works Department at this time. Move to 8.3, Community and Development Services. 8.3.1, Port Over Lions Club Memorandum of Understanding. It is report CDS 25-091. I will turn to Mr. Bill Credlin, General Manager of Community and Development Services, to introduce his report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and to the County Councilors. Councilors, I am pleased to present staff report CDS 25-091 Port Over Lions Club MOU. Staff can consider this report to be a housekeeping report in nature and all of it, and also a bit of a good news story. Staff across all departments within Norfolk County are working on updating previous agreements and MOUs with service clubs, sporting groups, nonprofits, etc. These groups are all very important to the community of Norfolk, as these groups can often offer services to Norfolk County residents much cheaper than the municipality can. This report addresses a long-standing agreement with the Port Dover Lions Club. The original agreement was entered into with the former city of Nanticoke. The Lions Club at the time had purchased and installed playground equipment at the Lions Play Park and other own recreational properties used by the public, including the Meisner Hardball Diamond. The original agreement authorized the municipality to give Port Dover Lions Club an annual operating subsidy for supplying land and offering recreational infrastructure to the public at no cost. The MOU is decades old, and the cost of the Lions Club offering these services to the public has risen dramatically. Costs associated with grass cutting, portable toilets, municipal taxation, insurance, etc. have all increased for the Lions Club. The Lions Club have also, over time, divested of some of the lands they owned. The new agreement will deal with only the three mentioned properties, as these properties offer recreational facilities that are open to the general public. Staff are recommending that the MOU continues with the Lions Club, and that the annual payment increased from $3,600 a year to $11,400 a year. We're asking that the term be 5 years and to be reviewed, and then another 5 years if both parties are agreeable. The new agreement also offers a cost of living, which was not in the original agreement. Staff feel to justify the increase as well, it seems, could seem a lot of money, but staff have did some calculations on what it costs to cut grass and rent toilets, and that is what the increase is based on. Staff have met with the members of the Lions Club, and Lion representatives support the extension and the changes in the agreement. The agreement with the Lions staff feel is a win-win for the community, as services are still going to be offered at a much lower cost through the club than the county could supply. With that, I'll turn it over to county councilors for any questions they may have on the agreement or the report.
Thank you, Mr. Cridland. Councillor Very, you're up first.
Yeah, thanks. I don't have a lot of questions, but I do just want to, say thank you very much to staff for working through that, and also, for sure, thanks to the Lions for making sure that baseball is affordable and it's able to be offered in Port Dover. I mean, without that partnership, we wouldn't have baseball in Port Dover, really. So, again, I'm very happy, and I appreciate everybody for doing that. And I will tell council that based on this proposed increase, that the Lions have already committed to their own capital investment in the park with replacing nets and poles. So this, this increase, let's say, is already going to benefit the community in a second way. So it's been a huge, I guess, accomplishment getting this done, and especially with dealing with the Lions. Like Alan Strang was huge, Rick Weatherhill, Tim Roger. Like they've been so helpful, and I'm appreciative. So thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Councillor Very. Other questions? Councillor Vanden Drieschie next.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, if I could just get a clarification, what properties do the Lions Club still own? Do they own the Silver Lake Park, Lynn Valley Trail?
Through the chair, I can tell you that they do own the Meisner Park, they own the playground off of St. George, and they do own the Silver Lake properties. That's the three we concentrate in the report. I do believe they own a few more properties in Port Dover, but I'm not subject to what they are, what's out of the context of the report.
Okay. Well, kudos to them for doing all what they do, and the time and effort and the money that they put in, so I'm in favor of it, so it's good.
Okay, Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back when the original MOUs were signed with City of Nanticoke, they used the logic of, like, these properties pay $21,500 a year in taxes. Generally, when a community group like that, they will buy a property, they will develop it, and then they hand it over to the county. Once they do that, there's no taxes paid anyway. So what the grant from the city of Nanticoke used to be is every year we would reimburse them the previous year's taxes, so which was the equivalent of owning them themselves, the municipality owning it itself. But we didn't have any expense with the upkeep. That was the best deal possible for the municipality, and it's a fantastic deal for the residents. Well, this one's skipping up. So I think by, them asking for only half of that amount, we're getting a really good deal out of it. So I would fully support this recommendation.
Okay, so with that, are you planning to move the staff recommendation?
I'd be happy to move it.
Councillor Berry, would you like to second that?
Well, I wanted to move it, but
Okay.
sure, I'll take
I'm
second.
sorry.
No, I don't care.
Whoever wants to,
I super
let's
do not
do
care.
this.
No, I'll
Let's put-
second it. It's fine. I'm just.
Well, I'm going to say we'll put the ward councillor as the mover and Councillor Van Passen as the seconder. Is there any discussion, debate? Mayor Martin.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to also thank Councillor Berry and staff for working on this. This is a great compromise, knowing that the Lions Club are busy. They're aging in their demographics and their members and their partnership. They're trying to do less, but they're still very dedicated to the community. And so full support of this motion, because this is more than just a park and a recreational space. It's actually a beautiful entrance to the Port Dover community, and the Lions have been excellent stewards of this over the years. So very pleased to help continue support that partnership.
Thank you very much. Anything further? I agree. I think this is a terrific initiative, and I appreciate the work, certainly, of the Lions Club. I often joke with Councillor Berry that Port Dover gets everything, and his response is always, yes, but we have groups that come together to work to make it happen, and I think that's a really good example. So, bravo. Call the question then, please. All those in favor? Opposed, if any? None? Carried. Thank you. 8.3.2, Talbot Garden Security Update Report CDS 25-088. Mr. Cridlin, back to you, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. To the county councilor, or councils, council members, staff report CDS 25-088, Talbot Gardens Security Update. As council will recall, in the fall of 2024, Norfolk County Council agreed to hire a security guard to be present at Talbot Gardens, the arena, for the hours in which minor sports utilize the arena. These included ice sports as well as summer lacrosse programs. The hiring of the guard service was considered to be a pilot project, and staff were to report back in the fourth quarter of 2025 with results and recommendations for continuing the security guard. Staff are recommending to council that Norfolk County continues with the guarding services at Talbot Gardens for ice sports only. The undesirable behaviors that were happening at Talbot Arena are only an issue during the colder weather seasons. Hence, staff are not recommending a guard for summer programming going forward. Staff are recommending to continue with the guarding service as issues and concerns happening at the arena in the fall of 2024 have not been happening since the guard has been in place. Staff are of the opinion that the presence of the guard within the facility is enough to prevent the undesirable behaviors. Staff, as well as parents of minor sports groups, share the comments that the behaviors are no longer occurring at the rate they were. Staff are asking that council however, are asking that council make a decision on one of three options going forward to fund the cost of approximately $25,000 a year for the guard service. Staff recommend suggest option one would just be increase the levy by $25,000. Option two would be to increase ice rates at Talbot Garden for all users there only to cover the guarding service. This calculation works out to approximately $7.78 per hour on every hour of ice rental. Option three would be increasing ice fees at all 5 arenas to cover the cost of the service. The calculation for this works out to approximately $1.43 per hour for every hour of ice. Staff are also recommending that staff do report back again on this topic in Q2 of 2027 to review the need of the guard service. Staff were also asked to approach local service clubs to see if they have any interest in taking the guarding service on as a fundraiser. All clubs replied that the guard services were not within the mandate of the club. Others were concerned with the limited members that they had within their groups and also with the work itself. So with that, I'll turn it over to County Council for any questions they may have.
Thank you, Mr. Cridland. Questions of committee? Councillor Van Adrishi.
I'll start you off. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you. I agree with your recommendation that during the winter hours, I have been there in different times, and there was no issues. But I do understand in the wintertime it would make a difference. But I don't like penalizing any of the groups for this. I think this is just because it's a location, and it happens to be in town, where you would see the situations where some would come in and you would be concerned about who is in the arena with young children. So I think this is something that county just absorbs. I don't see it going out and penalizing just this area, the Simcoe area, and the teams, or nor do I think that all of the areas should have to absorb it. I just think it's the cost of doing business, and it's not no one's fault that it is located in the town that it's located in, the issues. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Anything further? Questions? Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I don't mind supporting option one of funding it from levy dollars, but I also think that we could be a little more broad in the security, is it specifically for Talbot Gardens, or once in a while maybe you can walk around this building or take a little wander through the library, it's only a block or two away, but leave that to staff to decide whether they want them to do that or not. But I would support the option one and just do it from the levy.
Thank you, Councillor. Anything further questions? I have a couple, but Councillor Brunton.
Well, I've been there and on a Friday, and I see the security guard in there already, and I don't know if he's good at cards or not, but it's not a very onerous job while he's there at that time of day. But is there any way we can wait and see and bring him in as needed? Like if it gets real cold, like last year when we had, a few concerns with it. The other thing is, it's up to the parents to really watch their children if they're in there and they're running around doing whatever and not watching the hockey. But I can support taking it out of the levy, but do we have to say, okay, it's going to start now and run through till the spring? I'm just wondering, maybe it's a fair question to Bill, can we call when needed or no?
Yeah, through the chair, that's a good question by the councillor. With the security guard.
Your mic is not functioning wonderfully well. Can you just make sure it's directly in front of you?
Okay. Better now? Yep. Okay. Through the chair to the councillor, that's a good question. With the blanket PO we have with the security companies, it is very much a on-demand call. We had said in the report it's 28 hours a week, and I believe that's 4 hours during the weekdays, cover minor sports, and then 8 hours on each Saturday and Sunday. So obviously when the arena is closed, they're not there. If it's not a busy time, we do have the ability to cut that back. Feel necessary? I can hear it now. Yeah. So that is an option. We are up to 28 hours a week, but we have to obviously have 25,000 in the budget to cover it if it was 28 hours a week. But even last year, I think we came below that because there are days that we do cancel that.
I guess I'd rather see it kind of on demand, if I could use that word. I think there's another responsibility. Usually there's a couple of staff there, and they sit right in that front office. Like, can they not keep a little bit of an eye on what's going on in the lobby when say teams are on the ice or whatever? I know there's many times when I think the guard sits there and the front lobby's vacant,
Yeah, through the chair, I think the issue becomes with our setup with a three staff member complement at each arena. There are the odd double up days where you have 2 staff members. Often it's what we call a facility attendant. It's a younger student. Mm-hmm. So the full-time staff member's job is to flood the ice and take care of the compressor and things like that. So we just feel that the guard is needed. It adds that extra element. They have training on how to de-escalate some of these things as well. But staff do step in when they can, but there's often times that It seemed to be in the fall of 2024, a lot of undesirable behaviors were happening in the bathrooms. It's something that they're not front and focused. They're out on the ice sort of thing, and that's where folks that were going into the washrooms unfortunately had to experience some of this undesirable behavior.
Thank you.
Anything further? Mayor Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you to staff, can I get a clarifying comment on the situation concerning security with CAB? And I know that's not directly related to this report, but Councillor Van Passen's raised it. And if I recall, Council removed the ability for security to be at CAB. And I'm in full support of having security at CAB, but I just don't want to lose this in miscommunication. So if there's an opportunity to revisit that under these dollars, as per Councillor Van Passen's suggestion, I'm in full support of that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I will respond as follows. I think there were two reports in front of Council. One report recommended security at Talbot, one recommended some security at our administrative buildings. Council at the time decided that they were not in support of security at the administrative building, and so that has been off our plate, and we are not contemplating that at this time. Should Council now be reconsidering that original recommendation, and which is Council's prerogative, we can certainly work with the security company and look for opportunities when they're at Talbot Gardens to provide some shift or a tour or a patrol of CAB or the administrative buildings. But right now that the current cost that's estimated in this report is just for Talbot Gardens. It does not contemplate any spillover security at our administrative building.
Any other questions? I just would maybe ask Mr. Cridland, I think that there is still a need. I witnessed a situation literally just last week, and unfortunately the arena, well, not unfortunately, it was their job, the arena attendants were cleaning the ice. So to be fair, it was a good thing that the security guard was there. As a bunch of the parents and I sort of all just looked at each other and went, who's dealing with this? And thankfully a security guard arrived because I didn't want to have that conversation. But within the staff recommendation that's here, is this meant to just be a continually ongoing thing, or is this something that will be reviewed annually?
Through the chair to county council, I believe the staff report mentions it will be a review Q2 of 2027. So that this $25,000 next year would secure a guard for all of 2026, and then we would go into the budget 227 funding it for a full year or half year, but we would review that summer, because I would like to say to this council that the society issues that are happening there will come to an end, but I think we do mention in the report, it's just the physical location of the arena lends itself to the undesirable behaviors that we're having. We don't tend to, knock on wood, have this in the more rural arenas, because there's just not the amenities for people to hang out in and visit places like that.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I think, my sense from when I spend time in there, it does seem to be improving the situation. As the saying goes, the ounce of prevention, pound of cure kind of thing. And I can't tell yet where we're at on that scale, but I think we're headed in the right direction. So I'm leaning towards it. It stays. Is there direction from council? Moved by Councillor Brenton. You have a question first? Okay.
Is there, when this guard is in there, will we get some kind of report of any incidents? Like, is there a record keeping that we can see month to month?
Yes, through the chair. There is a log that the guard does fill out and supplies to staff.
Thank you.
Mayor Martin.
Thanks. Sorry, Mr. Chair. Last question. Given that there's an option to add this on at budget, why did we not discuss it at budget?
I believe the direction from council was to bring it back in Q4, and it would be, I guess, on the levy, which you deal with in January. And the issue that staff had is technically come January 1st, there are no funds for the guard. So that's why we brought it as close to budget as we could with meeting the January 1st deadline.
Okay, then that being said, I'd like to see the cost of adding additional security back at the council administration building. That's, they went part and parcel together. There was discrepancy with council on what we were going to fund and how we were going to fund it and how deep that service would go. I think out of respect to our staff, that's the least we can do. So if that can come forward at budget, we can see what the additional cost would be associated with that. That's the only way that I'll continue to support this, because I really feel like we politicized the security in those two different locations, and I think there's probably a deal here for the taxpayers that we can find common ground on. So I'll leave it to someone else to provide direction as to how we're paying, but I would want to see something come back at budget for cab.
Okay. Is there someone that would like to make a motion to some effect? Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair, through you. I would like to make a motion that we, everything is up on the screen actually, and that we choose option, is it 1 or A? I can't remember in the report. 1.
It's 1 to come from the levy.
Option 1, to fund security guard services at Talbot Gardens.
Okay, moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Discussion or debate? Seeing none, call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Madam Mayor, if you would like to make some direction to staff at this time.
Sure, thank you. That when we sit down for levy budget, it can be under the NBIs, that staff include a business case or plan or a brief one-page description on additional costs in partnership with the Talbot Security for Council Administration Building.
Captured? Yep. Do you need anything further? Okay. All right. Thank you. We'll move along. Oh, my apologies. Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Brunton. Discussion or debate? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Okay, we will move to the Corporate Services Division, 8.4.1, Procedural Bylaw Updates, Report CS 25-117. We'll ask Ms. Tracy Rodriguez, Deputy Clerk, to present the report.
Thank you, and through the chair. At the October 16th CIC meeting, the clerk had brought forward the report that's before you today regarding the potential updates or changes to the procedural bylaw. At that meeting, there were suggested changes raised, and the report was referred back to staff. I'm here today on behalf of the clerk to present to you the updated procedural bylaw that was based on those suggestions received at that meeting. No further updated suggestions had been received since that time. The report before you has not been changed, only the bylaw itself has been updated to reflect the suggested changes for your consideration, and staff are seeking direction on how to proceed.
Okay, thank you. Are there questions to the report? Councillor Van Passen, please go ahead.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I got a few that I brought up last time, and I think they need a council decision on which way to go. So I'll throw that first one out there that I described about the mayor and the deputy mayor situation, that I believe there's a difference between the mayor being sick or absent from the municipality as opposed to the position being vacant. And, I had suggested I would much prefer, if the position is vacant, that council appoint an acting mayor rather than have the whoever the current deputy mayor is automatically take it, because there could be situations where the deputy mayor would not have time to fulfill that position or that kind of thing. So, and I think we need direction from council. Like, the staff will write the rules any which way that council suggests, but we have to give that direction. And, I would much prefer that in the case of the position being vacant, that council appoint an acting mayor.
Okay, how do you want to handle that?
Do we just see if the majority of council pick one or the other, and then direct staff to write the rule accordingly, right? So.
Okay. So do this one at a time then, right? Okay. So motion then for that. You go ahead and...
I'll make that motion. If it fails, then we go to the fallback position.
Okay, so if you can just lead what it is that you're looking for.
Okay, that and I don't have the section in front of me here right now, but in the situation where the position of the mayor is vacant, that council has the ability to appoint an acting mayor to fill that position. So.
Okay, you've heard it from Councillor Van Passen. Is there a seconder to that effect? Seconder to the effect of that motion? Sure.
I guess I just need to, I mean, I know what vacant means, but like, what does vacant mean? Like, I mean, I know what the word means, but like in this context, do we mean that there's just no mayor? Like, what does that mean? So like if the mayor's hit by lightning, that's a vacant position because the mayor's dead. But like if she just, like, but I'm just saying, like, what does that mean?
Councillor Van Passen, do you want to provide some clarity?
That meaning is defined in the Municipal Act. They resign, they die, all of those things. There's, in Municipal Act, rules on how they need to be replaced, like you have an election or you can appoint well, I think you have to have an election now because with the strong mayor powers, but there will be a period of up to 3 months between, like, the mayor gets hit by lightning, dies, the position is vacant, you got 3 months takes to set up and run a new election to have a new elected mayor. That would be a situation where they're vacant. You have a situation where the mayor got hit by lightning and they're going to be in hospital for a month. Well, that doesn't fall into that because the position's not vacant. The mayor is just unavailable to act. Okay, so automatically the deputy mayor steps in. But when you know for a fact there's going to be nobody in that position for 3 months, we should appoint somebody from council to be the acting mayor.
Okay, does that help, Councillor Bear?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Okay, so motion has been made by Councillor Van Passen. I'll need a seconder for that. Seeing no seconder, the motion automatically is no longer there. So the alternative is...
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, my apologies, Councillor Michelli. Sorry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you didn't see me on the screen. I was seconding Councillor Van Passen's motion. I think it adds clarity and allows council to be much more nimble in a time when perhaps we might have to act prudently and effectively.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli, and I apologize. The screen before me had changed, and I didn't see your little window at that time, so my apologies. Thank you. Okay, so moved by Councillor Van Passen, then and second by Councillor Michelli. Is there discussion or debate? I'll see Councillor Van Dendrici first, then Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a bit of an issue with this because of the fact that we do have a vice, and so if it's only a certain amount of time, because it'd only be maybe 3-month period, why is it not satisfactory for the vice to come into the play of taking over and I think we've seen it in other cases where other members of council have sat, they were vice, and then they sat and they did it. And very simple, follow the rules, everything's good, and that works out for me. So I just don't understand why we would have to go into a procedure of now trying to pick from outside, from inside the position of mayor, just because it is only a short period of time of approximately 3 months to have time to run an election.
Councillor Van Passen, is your motion? Did you want to speak to that?
Yeah, I could answer that, and I will ask you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, if the position were to become vacant tomorrow, would you have the capacity, the time, the ability to take on the duties of being a full-time mayor for the next 3 months?
Point of order, because he's done his term, it's not applicable to him. There are 2 other individuals who have yet to serve as deputy mayor.
That's what I'm saying, though. In the situation where the deputy mayor is not able.
Yeah, so there was a point of order called. I'll consider it. And I think at this point, since the question was directed to me, I'll respectfully say there would be a number of variables that would have to go into it, but I would certainly endeavor to do so. Moving on. Is there further, anything further, Councillor Van Adrishi? Okay, Councillor Columbus, then Huffman.
Yes, would the alternate mayor have strong mayor powers?
I would look to the CAO, but I don't believe so. I think that is vested within the head of council, the official head of council. Anything further, Councillor Columbus? Nope. Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair. Through you, I wouldn't support this motion in the least. We have a council here that works very well together. We have a bylaw in place. Everyone around this table is capable. I think that the silly season has started.
Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tend to agree with Councillor Huffman. I think it's important that each member of council gets an opportunity. It's a learning experience, but I did have the privilege of filling in for our mayor when she was off. And, you know, there are some extra things. I think I only had one council meeting, and there was things you got to sign, and you get maybe more phone calls or places you have to go. But I think any member of council can do that and fill in for the appropriate time that is needed. Thank you.
Anything further on the motion before us? Councillor Columbus?
Would the reimbursement of dollars also be reallocated?
Can you just clarify the? I'm happy to hear the question
Well,
and get a response.
If we're
but
appointing a mayor replacement, would they be getting the salary of the mayor?
CAO.
Through Mr. Chair, I would suspect that if the duties of the mayor are transferred to someone else during that period, they would be remunerated accordingly at the mayor's salary.
Then the person they're replacing would also be receiving a salary too, I take it.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if what you're describing is a cascading so that the deputy mayor would then be acting mayor for 3 months, the next person in the rotation would then become the deputy mayor, and they would then also be compensated at the deputy mayor level, I suspect.
Okay, a lot of pieces to this. Councillor Van Passen.
I think somebody might be reading in there something that's not there. The current policy, the mayor appoints a deputy mayor at her leisure, or his or her leisure, and right now we're using a rotational basis of every 6 months. That's not in the rule. That's an example of how it can be done, but the mayor can, at the beginning of a term, appoint anybody to be deputy mayor, do it for 1 year at a time, switch it up whenever they like. That's just, they get to do that. There is no position in there. If the office is vacant now, the deputy mayor steps in to fill that in, but that doesn't make them an acting mayor, doesn't move them up the pay scale, doesn't move anything. You're just the deputy mayor, and you got to fill in to the job. That's what's in here now. Maybe you want to look at all of those things if a situation comes up where the position is vacant, but that's not what it says right now. It's just, we have a deputy mayor. This current term, we've been using the rotational basis. That's all there is.
Okay. I think you will advance the topic at this point. So let's call the question. All those in favor of the motion that council would appoint an acting mayor? All in favor? 2. Opposed? And that is defeated. Thank you. Councillor Van Passen, back to you.
There's another section in there on the ex officio position of the mayors on all committees, and I've had this discussion with the clerk, and right now, the way the procedural bylaw is written, the mayor is ex officio a member of every committee, and it comes to the point on quorum when the mayor shows up that means your quorum increases by 1, and that's where, like if you have 7 people on a committee, you need 4 to have a quorum for that meeting, and you've only got 3, and this happens quite often, you just run to the mayor's office, say, Mayor, can you sit down so we can have a committee meeting? and that gives you the quorum, but no, it doesn't, because as soon as the mayor shows up under our current rules, then the committee is now consists of 8, and you need a quorum of 5. So I don't know how to do this under the section on the quorum and the ex officio, but the mayor position shouldn't be counted for the membership of the committee, but she can be used for the to gain a quorum of the committee.
Okay, what is your, I understand that's complicated.
Yeah.
What is your intention of what you'd like to do with it at this point?
When there is wording in here, and I don't have the exact section again, but it explains how when the mayor is an ex officio member, that increases the membership of the committee by 1. And if we just remove that line, then you can use the mayor or the deputy mayor, because if the mayor's not here, then you can use the deputy mayor because the mayor's absent. You can pull somebody else in to get a quorum so you can continue your meeting. So.
Yeah, I think the line, if I'm just reading off the clerk's screen here, says any committee member composition will increase by 1 if the mayor attends and all other members are in attendance.
Yeah,
so you're suggesting remove that line to allow the mayor to make quorum without adding to the count required for it. Okay, Councillor Brunton.
I guess my question is, I have no problem if the mayor attends a meeting as an ex officio, but does it necessarily mean she has to vote? If she doesn't vote, then we're right back to square one, are we not?
No, she still gets all the rights to be a member, right?
Okay, let me ask the mayor. Have you ran into that before, Mayor Martin?
No, I think that, to be honest, most committees probably don't operate with adding me as the additional seat as per Councillor Van Passen's description. So I usually jump in just when there's low quorum, and we're probably not following the rules correctly as per Councillor Van Passen's remarks.
So, thank you, Madam Mayor. So just to be clear, the policy does say it's 2.25. This refers to the mayor who may attend all meetings and able to vote as a member of the committee. It is currently in there that they are able to vote. Okay, so Councillor Van Passen.
One more big one.
Well, hang on, we need to deal with this.
Okay.
So are you making the motion then to remove that last line in section 2.25?
That one line that should fix it. So.
Yes, maybe the deputy clerk could read that now.
So that would be removing the line under 2.25 that says any committee member composition will increase by 1 if the mayor attends and all other members are in attendance.
Okay, so motion to remove that line made by Councillor Van Passen. Is there a seconder to that motion? Councillor Columbus. Just looking at Councillor Michele, just to make sure I hadn't missed anything. Is there discussion or debate on that motion? Mayor Martin.
Just a bit of discussion. I guess the only thing to consider then is, from a council perspective or a particular committee's perspective, you're able to then stack additional votes in a particular way if you call in the mayor to join. If you're not using the mayor for quorum purposes, you're able to call in that additional vote on a contentious item. However, that being said, I do think that Councillor Van Passen's point has merit, because typically I am called in when there's low attendance. So there are pros and cons. I'm going to support the motion because I think it'll help advance the business, but something to be aware of and transparent on.
I'm going to just ask, the deputy clerk has a suggestion, so I'll allow the deputy clerk to think that through for a second and then speak to it.
Yeah, thank you. Maybe to find a little bit of balance, because there's merit on both. Perhaps if council would consider saying that if all members of the committee are in attendance and the mayor is there, then that vote is not required.
If I may, I would rather the vote still be required. I would rather the quorum increase, as it currently is. So if the mayor has interest in participating, fine, come. Quorum has increased, therefore the mayor's vote is not weighted. If the mayor is being called in because there's low participation, quorum then does not need to increase. The mayor then, fulfills that seat and the quorum is sustained. That way we're not giving the mayor a weighted vote if there is a full complement on a committee. But they still have the ability to vote if they're going to participate and show up.
So then I'm going to share my screen so everybody can see what I'm actually looking at here.
While you do that, Ms. Van Dyke has a suggestion, I think, so give you the floor.
Thank you, through the chair to committee. Perhaps this might meet the needs based on the discussion. In section 2.25, the third line, and such attendance counts towards quorum unless the mayor's presence is required to meet quorum. So that would, then I would suggest that the last line then does not need to be removed. Would you like me to repeat that?
I'll ask the clerk. Did you capture that? And I guess before we get too far, yep, go ahead.
To meet quorum.
And I guess, yeah, before we get too far, so I would look to the mover and the seconder then, which was Councillor Van Passen and Councillor Columbus, if they are agreeable to that. Or do we need to deal with an amendment?
Mr. Chairman, I was hoping that we feed all this information to the clerks they will bring back a clean copy at some point. So I'm happy with any amendment. We know the goal that we're trying to achieve, and we'll send it back to the clerks. And you know, they get bored once in a while, and they have to work on this stuff for us, right? So you don't get bored? Oh.
Councillor Columbus, comments?
I'm happy with Heidi's suggestion.
Okay. In the interest of moving things along a little bit more efficiently, I will just move to call a question on that as it is currently. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Councillor Van Passen, anything further?
Yeah, there's a big section on the deputations, right? The, one clause says that deputation shall be considered at council and committee and budget committees only. And then later on it talks about deputations at public hearings committee, but I think we have to also differentiate between, like a lot of things at public hearings are not deputations under the Municipal Act, they're deputations under the Planning Act, which has its own sets of rules, and anybody can show up and make that deputation. And we got a clause in there that you can't, one person can't make more than one deputation, but under the Planning Act, you could have the same agent acting for 5 different things. So that's breaking the rules. And I think we got to sort of clean up that whole section on deputations to clarify there is a difference. And I think the Drainage Act has its own set of rules on deputations, and those will show up at the Public Hearings Committee. So I think it just needs a little bit better look at it by the clerks.
I'm told it's been noted.
Yeah. And I got a page of typos and stuff too, but I'm not going to waste time.
I'm sure you'll pass those along as well. Okay, thank you. Is there anything else on that item? Okay, so the staff recommendation then is that staff reports CS 25-117 be received for information, and the council provide direction to staff as to what changes are to be made to the procedural bylaw. That has been done by way of those motions. Councillor Van Passen will provide some other information related to some clerical errors. Is that satisfactory at this moment in time? I look for a mover and a seconder, please. Moved by Councillor Van den Driesch and Councillor Columbus. Anything further? Call the question. All in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. 8.5, Office of the Chief Administrative Officer. 8.5.1, Port Dover Beach, 2025 Summer Season Recap, CAO 25-090. I believe that we're turning to Mr. Jim Milson, our Manager of Bylaw Services, to present the report.
We'll test that one. There we go. Thank you. And through the chair, CAO 25-090, Port Dover Beach 2025 summer season recap is presented to council and committee for decision. This report provides a historical summary and outcomes from our third seasonal agreement providing security, cleaning, and maintenance services to the Port Dover Beach owners in exchange for continued public access to this valuable local asset and popular tourist destination. Community and Development Services staff have continued to work with our community partners in managing beach cleaning, including regular sand raking and garbage removal. Bylaw staff also continue to manage training, direction, problem solving, statistical reporting, and the indirect supervision of the contracted security officers who work with the visiting public each day to reinforce regulations under the Port Dover Beach Rules bylaw. As noted in the report, the 2025 Port Dover Beach Initiative ran from June the 7th through September 7th with security in place for 71 dates. This season saw a sizable increase of 3 times the public interactions needed to remind visitors of the bylaw restrictions than took place in 2024. In one instance, a security officer was in the right place and able to assist when a beachgoer suffered cardiac arrest. Notably, the OPP were called to support our security officers on 10 different occasions for more problematic issues, such as trespass, boaters in the swimming area, visitors failing to comply with direction, alcohol use, and inappropriate picture taking. Staff are of the opinion that a very hot summer combined with more aggressive enforcement accounted for much of this increase in numbers. However, the need for police involvement is very troubling and speaks to the continued need for effective security at this beach in the summer months. On October 21st, our CAO, GM Bill Cridland, Councillor Very, and the bylaw manager met with the beach owners to review the 2025 season, where some suggestions for improvement were made, including public washroom access, beach maintenance, and garbage removal. The beach owners advised us at that time that they would like to participate in a 4th season of this maintenance and security initiative in 2026. On pages 3 and 4 of your report, you'll find a brief preliminary summary of expenses incurred for the 2025 season, a total which is quite similar to the expenses incurred in the 2024 season. That concludes the report introduction. Staff are open to any questions that council may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Middleton. Always nice to see you here.
Thank you.
Are there questions? Councillor Very first, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Jim, for this. Can you, I just would like you to clarify what an interaction actually means. Like, I know in the report it says that some of the interactions were as simple as people asking for directions to the washroom. So could you please just illustrate what you counted as an interaction? Please.
Of course. Through the chair, the council had approved a bylaw that included 10 rules for the beach attendance in order to keep things calm and collective there. And so the interactions referred to in the report by the officers are actually to deal with those 10 different beach rules. In addition to that, there was also a lot of conversation from the public about where washrooms could be located and where to find different things in the community, et cetera. Those are over and above the interactions that are noted. So they're very busy people.
Okay, that's really good. So, again, this is a positive report. Like, would you agree?
I do, yes.
Okay, so, this is good news. Like, so we've got...
On to the point where the owners were concerned that they weren't able to address them. And so this has worked to address those very well, I think.
Okay, the reason I'm asking is not to put you on the spot, Jim. It's just that I've seen some things online, in response to the article in the Reformer about this and the report and everything else, trying to say that everything is terrible and what a threat to the tourism it's going to be and all these other things. But really what we're doing is we're identifying these issues before they become an issue, before they become a problem, let's say, and putting the businesses or the owners in a place, and the county, I suppose, because we do own that strip, in a position where there's an actual serious incident. So I guess that's why I'm asking you for clarification, is that this is a sign that it's working, and this is actually an effective program. And I guess I just don't want to let those things slide without asking you, your opinion on them, because it does bother me to see, a positive story or relatively positive story like this trying to be spun into something else. And I've seen other comments and complaints trying to blame immigrants and new Canadians and all these other things for these incidents on the beach. And it's really not what this report says. What this report says is we're avoiding some problems by having this program in place, and this is good news. This isn't a people are coming here to abuse Port Dover story, correct?
Absolutely. The issues would continue to the point where police would be called, the owners would be upset with the condition and maybe even decide not to open their own beach if we didn't have this in place. This is a good news story.
Okay.
This is us being able to respond to issues on the beach before they become a problem, to do with, let's say, drinking or alcohol use or fires on the beach, this type of thing. And to interact with the public, to remind them of what the rules are before the issues arise. So I think it's very positive.
Okay, and then so just to clarify too, you said that there's 10 police incidents, and one of them, at least one of them, let's say, was the jet skiers. Do we know if it was one or more than one by chance?
I believe there was 2.
2, okay. So what we're talking about is actually then 8 actual incidents on the beach. Like the jet skiers are out in the water, and it's a bummer that the police were called by our people. I get that, but that's not something that is necessarily a beach issue.
Well, it's related to the beach because the people that come from the beach are in the water swimming, and the vessels coming in that could impact them are interacting with them. And so it's to protect the public going to the beach.
Yep. My point was more that there was only 8 incidents actually on the beach.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So we're talking about 8 incidents all summer long in a hot, busy summer. I guess I'm just trying to make a point here that I hope that the community, Port Dover and Norfolk County wide, isn't going to make this into people are coming and taking over and cursing out the people that are new to Canada for causing a bunch of problems that they're not causing. And I guess I'm making this point because when you see something like this and you don't condemn it, it means you condone it, and I don't want this to be the story of Port Dover. This is not how our community feels about this. This is not how our businesses feel about it, and I'm tired of it. Thank you.
Councillor Van den Drieschie.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you for the report. And again, this is what year are we in? 3?
It is 3.
It's the 3. My concern is the fact that it does cost approximately $75,000, and that's okay. I do believe with some of the suggestions that make it clear signage to say where the washrooms are, that would be great. I don't agree that we should be putting washrooms or portables this way onto the beach. I don't think that's a good idea. But what I'm concerned with is the fact you have had these incidents. Why do you not, if you had to go back to here's the question, do you go back to an individual a second time to say, stop putting a fire, or in this case, these skidoos, or no, they're not skidoos, it's not winter, sea-doos come out and do their thing and make trouble. How long do you wait before you charge someone? Because it's a 3rd year into this, you keep continuously telling people, isn't it time to recoup a little bit by charging people that are doing something wrong?
I think, to the chair, I equate it similar to what we do in bylaw enforcement in general, and that's that we're seeking compliance from the public. And I think we're very successful with that, and especially in this program. It shows you that we've been able to contain over 3,000 incidents this year without having to lay a charge. And that the people were in place to elevate that, to bring in the OPP when it was necessary. And usually these were alcohol-related issues. And we've all experienced that in the public, right? Parties and beaches and things where things get a little out of control. That's one of the reasons we have the security in place, and why it's valuable is to put a lid on that before it becomes a problem. Coolers may be checked, this type of thing, by the security guards before it becomes a drinking issue on the beach. So I think it shows that it works, and that if the need is there to escalate it, the OPP can be called in and do attend fairly quickly. They have an officer that's always assigned to the Port Dover area.
But the question is, do you have to go back to people more than once to tell them to either stop drinking or whatever the list is?
My understanding, because I don't deal with it directly, but in reviewing with the officers, is that the vast majority of the time, it takes one interaction, pointing to the sign, this is the message. And if it requires more than one, if it requires several, or it's going to be an issue where they continue, then the police are called. Because they have the enforcement capability, right, to write the tickets. These are security guards. They don't have the ability to write tickets.
So at the end of the day, none of the staff that's hired there can write a ticket. It has to be an OPP officer that has to write the ticket.
You have to be a provincial offenses officer, and they're not sworn provincial offenses officers under the Provincial Offenses Act. So it requires police presence, yes.
Okay, I have a little bit of an issue with that. I was under the impression that those who were on the beach with authority, such as the bylaw officers or whoever's there, could issue a ticket. So they're not eligible to issue a ticket.
Okay, Councillor Huffman. Thank you. Is there anything further? Councillor Van Passen, and then Very to wrap it up.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I've got a few calls or comments about the same way, that all those interactions and no charges, but the security officers we have, they're not bylaw enforcement officers for Norfolk County, so it's a situation where they can always contact you and you could send out a bylaw one that could actually write the ticket if they got into that more than one discussion and the people didn't listen? Like,
yes, I've been there myself.
Okay.
Through the chair, I'm sorry. I've been there myself and had that type of conversation and received some feedback, pulled up my ticket book, and they decided to bring their alcohol off the beach. So yes, it does work that way.
Because I think that's what the council, I think, tap dancing around. Do we want to push a little bit more enforcement rather than we being nice for 3 years and you still ain't getting it? It's about time we're going to write you a ticket, right? So, but council will give that direction if they choose to, right?
Okay, thank you. Councillor Very.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I wanted to go back just really quick and just clarify too that because the way things get out into the world and reported and everything else, that yes, it's $75,000 and bottom line, that is a cost, of course. But of that, it's about 20,000 that's the, or 21,000 that's the actual security. The rest of it is cleaning and maintenance and those other things. So yes, it's still a cost, but I don't want the story to be that we spent $75,000 on security and didn't lay a charge. That's not correct. It's garbage, cleaning, tourism, all that support for that. So I just want that to be clear. Thank you.
So while you have the floor, sir, would you like to do something with the report?
No, I thought I'd let Councillor Van Passen do it.
That's kind of you. Councillor Van Passen, did you want to touch this one?
Okay, I'll move it.
Oh, there we go.
Thanks. He's so slow.
We're trucking right along today. I appreciate that. Councillor Very has moved the staff recommendation that is before you on the screen. Is there a seconder?
I'll second it because Dover gets everything anyway. So.
Novel concept. Seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Is there discussion or debate? Seeing none, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Okay, Section 9 motions. There are no motions today. 10, notice of motion. Not aware of any. 11, other business. Councillor Berry.
Well, you know what? I'll wait till announcements. I'm so sorry.
12, announcements. Councillor Berry.
This weekend is Christmas Fest in Port Dover, and we have a great parade. Santa arrives by, well, this year it's the Coast Guard, not a fish tug, which is going to be great, with an escort into the pier. We have a parade at 1:15, 1:30, whenever we get around to it, kind of thing. There's visits with Santa at the theater. We've got some shopping. There's some stuff at the museum. There's a bonfire on the beach. There's a big light up in the park, and every single thing I just said is free. So hopefully people come to Dover this weekend and enjoy Christmas Fest.
Thank you very much. Any other announcements? Councillor Brunton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Chairman, sorry. On Remembrance Day, Mayor Martin, Councillor Duthie, and myself attended our Remembrance Day service, and I'm sure many of you attended your services in your hometown. But I wanted to make a note to people that encourage people to parade on that day if you have a parade. The numbers are dwindling, and I've talked to several people, and we try to encourage different people to take up the idea of marching on that day, because the numbers are dwindling. And I did have the privilege of talking to one individual who did join us on Remembrance Day. So if it's of any ability of you to pass that on, I'd appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Any other announcements? Councillor Columbus.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I had the honor of laying the wreath at the Teeterville event on the Sunday before Remembrance Day, and also at the Delhi Cenotaph. And there was despite the rough weather we endured, there was a very good turnout.
Thank you. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to mention that the Port Rowan Chamber of Commerce will be holding a Christmas lighting on the 29th of November at the conclusion of a night parade. It's the first time this is being done in Port Rowan, so we are looking forward to a very good turnout and hope that other people, if they know about it, can join in the fun.
Thank you, Councillor Michelli. And happening tonight is the Simcoe and District Chamber of Commerce's Awards Nights. That's happening in Delhi shortly. So congratulations to all of those recipients. I'm sure that will be published tomorrow. Are there any announcements from staff? Seeing none? Okay. We'll move on. Number 13, late closed session. We have 2 late closed session items today. Can I have a mover for the following motion, please? The committee enter into closed session at 4:30 p.m. to discuss an item pursuant to Section 239(2) A, B, and E of the Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matter pertains to A, the security of the property of the municipality or local board, B, personal matters about an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees, and E, litigation or potential litigation, including matters before administrative tribunals affecting the municipality or local board. Moved by Councillor Very, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking at any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colborne Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to council chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to council chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to council chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for council to call your name when it's time to present. When council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing and the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, "Through the mayor." If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, "Through the chair." Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying "through the mayor" or "through the chair" to councillor and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our respect and responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/RNR.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety, and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000 pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year, That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
This summer, discover the hidden gem of Norfolk County, Ontario's garden. Stroll through historic villages where time seems to slow down. Feel the sand between your toes on our pristine Lake Erie beaches. From live theater that captivates to trails that wind through breathtaking landscapes, adventure and relaxation await at every turn. Meet the farmers who grow your dinner and taste wine and beer crafted right here. Experience Norfolk County this summer, where small-town charm meets farm-fresh flavor. Ontario's garden. It's time you came home to it.
Welcome to Norfolk County, where land meets lake and opportunity grows deep and wide. Located on the north shore of Lake Erie, in the heart of southwestern Ontario, Norfolk spans 1,600 square kilometers, making us one of Ontario's largest single-tier municipalities. Our roots run deep in agriculture, food production, and advanced manufacturing, industries that shaped our past and are powering Ontario's future economy. Home to over 70,000, we are bold, diverse, and fiercely local. From Port Dover to Long Point, our folks are putting down roots, sometimes in sand, sometimes in soil, but always in a place they're proud to call home. Big land, big vision, unmatched potential. That's Norfolk.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County. Hey Norfolk County.
Hey Norfolk County. Hey Norfolk County.
My name is Bowden Winicki.
My name is Lindsay Kaliokoski.
My name is Alex Ryan. I work as a park student.
I work as an economic development coordinator.
I work on roads department in Delhi.
I work as a supervisor for waste management.
I work as a committee coordinator in the clerk's department.
Okay, what's the first question? What I love about my job is the people.
All right, what do I love about my job?
It's really the community. No day is the same.
It is because I get to work with a bunch of great guys.
It directly impacts really positively the residents of Norfolk County.
I love the people that I get a chance to work with.
Every day is different. The mix of things is what makes me happy and keeps me going.
First and foremost, the community. The people of this community are so welcoming. Is the amazing team I get to work with every day here at Norfolk County.
Opportunity to help people, to help my community.
One of the things I love the most about my job is my team. I love who I work with and what I do while I'm here.
I get to work on projects and in programs that support our community, that help make lives better for the people who live here, who work here, and who come here to visit.
Every day you feel like you've accomplished something on the way home, and you're working with a bunch of great people who are equally as committed to the community and serving our communities.
The pace here is very good and great work-life balance.
They put wellness on the forefront, so I'm part of the Apple Committee, and there's lots of opportunity at Norfolk County.
Flexible work hours, great work-life balance, great staff, great friends, and of course, what's not to love about Norfolk County? We're Ontario's garden.
I love helping people, I love helping residents, and that's what makes Norfolk County a great place to come to work.
I chose to work for Norfolk County because I grew up in Delhi, so it's close to home, and I've enjoyed working for my community and my friends and family.
Definitely 100% the people. There are lots of community champions, and everyone's been so kind and welcoming.
Because I was born and raised here, and I wanted to help give back to my community.
I love giving back to a community that I grew up in. I love my team, and I love that I can leave a legacy here in the community.
When I had the opportunity to come home and serve the public, I jumped at that opportunity.
I started my career as an area planner for this place. It's interesting that at the end of my career, this opportunity came up to come back and make Norfolk a better place.
Is being able to live and work in the community that we're a part of.
I did choose to work for Norfolk because I'm an engineer by trade and I like to solve problems.
And realized how rewarding it was to be able to contribute to initiatives within the area that I've always called home. I love it here. You should consider joining the public sector, joining the municipality, because it's so diverse. There's something for everyone. Local government is the closest to the people. We get to work with our residents day in and day out, and there is something for you in every department for Norfolk.
Hey, Norfolk County. Do you know how your property taxes are spent? Let's take a look together. First, we need to start with Norfolk County's budget. Every year, staff and council confirm the funds required to be collected from the property taxes paid by you and 35,000 other Norfolk County taxpayers. These funds contribute to Norfolk County's levy and capital budgets, which lay out how your tax dollars are used. The capital budget is also funded by the rate budget, the funds paid by residents known as ratepayers for water and wastewater services through their monthly water bill. The levy budget is used to deliver programs and services for residents ranging from emergency services like fire and EMS, waste services like garbage collection, recreation services like arenas, trails, and parks, maintenance services like snow removal and road repair, and human services like homelessness prevention and health education programs. Our levy budget also supports our libraries and museums, administrative services for council, and the many staff who keep Norfolk County operating. Services like recreation programs for children, adults, and seniors, and our Ride Norfolk transit program are also paid for with property taxes and supplemented by user fees. And across Ontario, a portion of each resident's property tax bill goes to our local school boards. About a third of the property taxes collected are allocated to the capital budget or reserves for future capital spending, which includes other funding sources like the federal and provincial government, reserve funds, grants, debt, and development charges, as well as funds from the rate budget. Together, the capital budget goes toward longer-term projects, such as our investments in water and wastewater facilities, as well as building and renewing our parks, roadways, pools, arenas, and other things we use every day. So the next time you hear someone ask, "Where are my property taxes going?" you can tell them to look down, look up, and look forward. Your tax dollars are at work all around you every day. When you visit your local park with your family, drive to work on cleared roads, register for swimming lessons, get rid of that old couch you've outgrown, or contact Service Norfolk about that pothole on your street that needs to be fixed. Your tax dollars are also being invested in initiatives to improve the lives of Norfolk County residents in the years to come to make Norfolk County a better place for future generations. While Norfolk County's budget is prepared once a year, your feedback helps us make decisions and plan for the future. We are committed to listening to you so that our budget reflects what is important to our community. Learn more about Norfolk County's budget at norfolkcounty.ca/budget.
Today we're announcing an exciting partnership with Scott Lynn and Norfolk County Economic Development, and we're transforming transport trailers into mobile ambassadors. We're showcasing Norfolk's story of opportunity, excellence, and quality of life across all of North America, and Scott Lynn is the ideal partner with an amazing logistics network and will help us share our story all across North America.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Deputations are a way for you and all residents of Norfolk County to speak before Council about relevant matters in our community. To begin, search www.norfolkcounty.ca. Then select the Government tab. Under the Government tab, select Provide Deputation/Speak at a Council or Committee Meeting. This page provides general information regarding deputations. Under the subheading Register to Speak, click the Public Hearing/Deputation Form link to pre-register your deputation. Notice of Collection. By checking the Notice of Collection box, you are agreeing to the above statement. Selecting the type of meeting you want. There are several types of meetings that allow deputations. Please listen closely as we explain each option. Council meeting. Council deputations must pertain to a matter listed on the upcoming meeting agenda. For the remaining meeting choices, you may present a deputation if the topic pertains to the committee you are presenting to. Once you select the type of meeting you want to deliver your deputation, you can complete the rest of the document. Now choose whether you will attend the meeting in person or virtually. Finally, select if you will be providing materials during your deputation. If you have materials for distribution during the council meeting, please bring 15 hard copies for council and staff. Now click Next to move to Step 2. In Step 2, please fill out your personal information. Once your personal information is completed, click Next. Lastly, review your information and select Next to submit your form. You have now completed the deputation request form. You will receive a confirmation email from the Clerk's Department that they've received your request. Next, we will talk about what to do on the day of your deputation.
So, you've received your approval and the day of your deputation is upon you. For starters, Council is located here, at 50 Colburn Street. Now there's 2 entrances you can use when you arrive. One is here, located off Colburn, and one located off Talbot Street. When you arrive, you'll have 3 main options to park. The first is to park at the Simcoe Town Center Mall, which is where Food Basics is located. Your second option is 2-hour street parking on Court Street. And your third option is 2-hour street parking on Lott Street. If you can't find any parking in any of those 3 options, don't worry. Downtown Simcoe has plenty of street parking in all of the surrounding areas. If you enter through the Colburn Street doors, you'll have to make your way through the building to get to Council Chambers. But don't worry, if you require any assistance, you can feel free to ask Service Norfolk at the front desk. Make your way along this path and you'll end up in the main lobby. To your left, there'll be an elevator. You can either ring the bell or go ask the people at the front desk for assistance. If you don't need to use the elevator, you can head on up the green staircase and go up to Council Chambers. If you enter through the Talbot Street doors, the elevator will be immediately in front of you, or the green staircase will be ready for you to go up and deliver your presentation. Once you reach the top of the stairs, you'll have made it to Council Chambers. Feel free to take a seat here or here and wait for Council to call your name when it's time to present. When Council calls your name, make your way to the podium and ensure that you don't walk between the railing in the chairs on your way there. When you arrive at the podium, adjust it to your desired height using the arrow buttons, and turn the microphone on using the button on the right. If you're giving your deputation in front of council, begin by saying, through the mayor. If you're giving it in front of a committee, begin by saying, through the chair. Then, clearly state your name and address, and you'll have 5 minutes to give your presentation. Upon having 1 minute remaining, the chair will give you notice. When you're finished your presentation, council may have questions for you. Ensure that you always begin your answer by saying, through the mayor, or through the chair to councillor, and their last name. If you can't answer the question, that's okay. Inform council that you'll gather more information and get back to them. After that, council will have heard out what you've had to say, and they'll take appropriate action as they deem necessary. And now, you've finished your deputation. You can either have a seat and watch the rest of the meeting, or you can leave through the door that you came in and ensure that you leave as quietly as possible.
Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
We all have the right to feel safe at work, when spending time with friends and family, when participating in activities or attending a public meeting or event. Norfolk County is committed to ensuring our spaces and workplaces are safe. Our Respect and Responsibility policy outlines the code of conduct for employees, patrons, contractors, volunteers, coaches, and spectators. This code of conduct also applies to phone calls, emails, and virtual and social media platforms. We all play a part in fostering a respectful and safe environment. Inappropriate behaviors such as swearing, name-calling, verbal and physical threats, physical violence, harassment, and vandalism will not be tolerated. Staff have the right to take action when incidents occur. This may include denying service, asking individuals to leave, contacting the police, or, if necessary, suspending them from county programs and facilities. Those responsible for damaging county property will be required to cover the cost of repairs, fees, and lost revenues. We are committed to providing high-quality customer service and a safe and respectful environment for all. For more information about our Respect and Responsibility policy, visit norfolkcounty.ca/R&R.
Hi, I'm Lisa, and I'm excited to take you behind the scenes to meet Norfolk County's aquatics team in action.
I think the people are what make the job. I think working with the people that I do, we're a great team. We work really well together. That makes a positive work environment. That makes a positive work for the public as well. They see that we work well together, and I think that benefits them as well.
I still love coming here every day. It's an exciting job. It's always different. You're always doing new things.
Being part of our team offers staff the opportunity to develop essential skills in lifeguarding, teaching swimming lessons, customer service, first aid, and of course, teamwork.
I think swimming in general is a really great skill to have from a very young age, so being a part of children learning how to swim is super important to me.
It's a really rewarding process to see them go from not the greatest swimmer to a better or great swimmer. It's a really good stepping stone to what I want to do in the future.
It's just a nice variety and everybody brings something different and special to the team.
Our aquatics team is dedicated to educating the community on water safety and drowning prevention.
You might be a quiet student coming in, and this job is really going to push you to find your voice and be like an impactful member of a team.
I love that it's different every day, and you get to meet new people every day and see some of the same faces every day as well. But my job is different every single day. I don't do the same, so it's amazing.
As a proud Norfolk County employee, I'm honored to be part of a team delivering life-saving skills to our community. Thank you for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour. I hope this video gives you a glimpse of what it's like to be part of our aquatics team. If you're interested in taking advanced leadership courses to become a lifeguard and instructor, visit norfolkcounty.ca.
Hey Norfolk County! Whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226-NORFOLK from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Meet Captain Clean, the toilet paper superhero, here to protect Norfolk County's pipes and keep everything flowing smoothly. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps: pee, poop, and toilet paper. Flushing anything else can cause big trouble. Things like wipes, hair, or grease can create sewer blockages. These blockages restrict flow, combine with other debris, and cause costly damage, overflow, and even water pollution. By sticking to the 3 Ps, you can help prevent clogs, reduce repair costs, and keep our water clean. For items you can't flush, proper disposal is key. Throw regular waste in the garbage. Do not believe claims on packaging that products are flushable. Take it from Captain Clean, they are not. Household hazardous waste can be dropped off at Norfolk's temporary depots during spring and fall. For things like medication and sharps disposal, take them to your local pharmacy or the health unit. And remember, grease belongs in the trash, but let it cool and store it first. Don't pour it down the drain. Be a flushing hero like Captain Clean. Together we can protect our pipes, our homes, and the environment. Remember, only flush the 3 Ps. Norfolk County is counting on you.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we
All right, we are back online. May I have a motion to reconvene an open session at 5:15, made by Councillor Vanda Drisci and seconded by Councillor Micheli. I'm going to put Councillor Micheli on this one. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. I would ask that the clerk read the motions from the closed session.
Thank you. For item 13.1, staff were provided with direction.
May I have a mover? Councillor Columbus and Councillor Vanda Drisci is the seconder. All in favor? Carried.
And for item 13.2, staff were, council received for information.
Moved by Mayor Martin, seconded by Councillor Brunton. All in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. All right, I think that is it for today. Thank you, everybody, for your excited participation. Certainly appreciate that. May I have a motion to adjourn at 5:16? Made by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Micheli. All in favor? Carried. Thank you.